collector, and I'm not going to tolerate it for much longer. I don't like having enemies in this world. I don't like having people who were once my best friends block me on all social media.
Get away with this.
What did he even do? Know what I'm saying?
Is he really dead?
Was he ever even alive to begin with?
What did he do? Where did he live?
Was Jeffrey his first name or was Epstein his last name?
How deep does this go?
Who is Jeffrey Epstein?
Who is Jeffrey Epstein?
Who is Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know.
Jeffrey Epstein is in custody tonight.
I never had the privilege of going to his island.
Some are now saying Epstein might be a pedophile.
Could this be the end of Jeffrey Epstein?
This will be Jeffrey's last season with the Chicago Bulls.
How deep does this go?
You are receiving a call from
Jeffrey Epstein's assassin.
Epstein is in the white Bronco and driving to Pedophile Island.
Who's in these files?
People still have a lot of unanswered questions about Jeffrey Epstein. Like how, for so long, was a rich, powerful white man able to get away with something like this? But to truly understand Jeffrey Epstein, we have to go back to the beginning. Jeffrey Epstein was allegedly born to his alleged father and alleged mother in New York in 1953. Allegedly.
His family raised him to be a decent, upstanding pedophile, and for the most part, he had a pretty normal childhood.
He was bright, had lots of friends. He excelled in school where he was surrounded by other underage kids. He really was just your typical all-American molester.
Everyone always assumed he would go on to grope somewhere like Harvard or Yale.
Southeast Asia is home to plenty of islands held by many different nations. Some are split in half, some are tropical paradises, some are too much of tropical paradises. Some shaped global history, some are sinking, some are thriving, and sitting nearly in the center of them is Borneo, which itself is split up by 3 different countries. Indonesia holds the largest part, split among their 5 divisions of Kalimantan. The northern shore is nearly all part of Malaysia, Sarawak and Sabah, and up here is teeny tiny Brunei, which has managed to preserve its monarchy for over 650 years. This makes Borneo not only the most divided island on Earth, ignoring Cyprus which is a bit more complicated, but it makes for a great case study to see how different histories can affect standards of living across a shared geography. If we look at per capita output across the countries, a clear trend emerges. The northern countries have higher standards of living, with Kalimantan being the lowest at about $6,500, East Malaysia somewhere in the middle with around $12,000, and the people of Brunei living with the most comfort, at least material comfort, at around $33,000, being one of the few absolute monarchies left on Earth. The Sultan of Brunei, Hassan al-Bolkiah, has ruled for its entire independent history since 1984, and in some ways, it's him and the past Bruneian sultans which are the main characters of the story, being the only nation on the island which has been able to preserve itself in some form from European colonization. They did this with 2 things, making massive concessions to the British and good old oil money. Let's start off with these riches. Brunei is small both physically and in terms of population, but because they produce a decent amount of oil and gas, their entire economy revolves around them. Over 90% of export and government revenue comes from fossil fuels, giving Bruneians the second highest per capita income in Southeast Asia. But perhaps more importantly, since per capita income doesn't really matter for oil exporters, a much more comfortable life than their Asian and Bornean counterparts. Brunei has been described as the closest thing on earth to a complete welfare state, or as they like to call, a shellfare state. There's no income or corporate tax, free education and healthcare for citizens, subsidized fuel, food and housing, cheap loans, and a comfortable job for men in the government, where over a quarter of people work.
You want a job? Come to me. Wallahi, I'll get you a job. You want money? I'll raise the money for you. No problem. I'll get you into uni.
Which probably gives the capital, Bandar Seri Begawan, the vibe of a nursing home. For all this free stuff comes the social contract though, with the Sultan leaning towards the authoritarian side. There's the usual restrictions on free speech you see in dictatorships, as well as a ban on organized civil society. But as the king grows older, more conservative, and more religious, aspects of Islamic Sharia have been codified into law. Things like stoning as punishment for adultery, a ban on Christmas, and cutting thieves' hands off. Though these are enforced to varying degrees. The royal family doesn't seem to have a moral problem with flying planes full of prostitutes. It's oil which makes the family one of the richest and most spendthrift on earth. The king's net worth has fallen dramatically since the 80s, as he's just spent an unholy amount on an almost 2,000 room palace, luxury hotels, and a collection of thousands of cars, including his famous gold Rolls Royce. And it's oil which has even kept the country independent in the first place. But before we go on, let me tell you one reason why oil is so important. Defense. Can't run tanks and planes without oil. One of the best ways to really understand this is through War Thunder. It's the biggest vehicle combat game ever created, and it's free on PC, consoles, and mobile devices too. Join over 95 million players as you battle in thousands of different tanks, planes, helicopters, and ships of 10 different nations from over 100 years of combat. This is one of the most detailed games I've ever seen, with great graphics, realistic sound effects, and vehicles modeled down to the individual components. If you're into military history, this game is simply a must-try. Use my links in the description and pinned comment to get a massive bonus pack for new players and returning players who haven't played the PC or console version for at least 6 months. With it, you can get multiple premium vehicles and an exclusive vehicle decorator, but it's only available for a limited time. So thank you to War Thunder, and let's get back to Borneo. At the height of Bruneian power, it used to control the entire island of Borneo. When the Christian Portuguese captured Malacca, Brunei served as an alternate trading hub for Muslim merchants, monopolizing it and creating a thalassocracy, a form of government based on boat power. But when the Spanish captured Manila, the government's ability to control the waters started to wane, eventually losing control of the north to the Sulu after a decade-long civil war. Pirates often raided the north shores, and on top of that, Europeans were now trying to establish forts and factories all over the archipelago to secure their own monopolies. Europeans like this guy. He's James Brooke, and just a humble guy, really. He was born and raised in India and wanted to establish a trade route with Brunei. Apparently, when he sailed over with his crew, the southern half Sarawak was in the midst of a rebellion. He helped to put it down to trade, and the Sultan was so thankful that he allowed James to be a vassal of his. At least for the small price of $2,500 a year, James Brooke was made Raja of this territory in 1842, the White Raja of Sarawak, first of his title. The White Raja would go on to continue this bizarre state for 2 more generations of Brookes. James Brooke, its founder, had expanded its territory from this to this through a series of deals, taking advantage of disputes between local rulers. The country had no treasury and used a system where titles to rule could be bought from the Sultan, making it hard to lead an organized effort against the Brooke family. Now, his little kingdom wasn't explicitly set up by the British government, it was just a guy who somehow ended up as local leader of this land, but the British saw the value in controlling the sea lanes over here, giving him naval support, essentially making Sarawak a British territory. James's son Charles was much more of the businessman, trying to promote a sago export industry using foreign money and Chinese immigration, though they didn't permit any European business to be set up, choosing to protect the Brooke monopoly over fast exploitative growth. The Sultan was wary of the Brooks' growing influence though, so to counteract it he, bear with me, sold a chunk of northern Brunei to an American businessman. I guess to balance different types of foreign rulers on both halves of the island. However, that land turned out to be pretty unprofitable and would eventually be resold to the British North Borneo Company, and again expanded through deals with local rulers. The company was much less focused on administrating its people and building institutions to legitimize royal rule like the Brooks had. It was run almost entirely for the extraction of jungle-based products, being like a loose trade organization between British merchants and indigenous people. The Sultan was right that there would be competition between the two, but that competition ended up being who could swallow Brunei's land the quickest. By the 1880s, Brunei, now a rump state, couldn't afford to keep itself independent any longer, and the Sultan chose to become a British protectorate, in exchange for a promise to freeze British land grabs, which the Brooks broke 2 years later, splitting what remained of the kingdom in half with the annexation of this territory. The plan was to leave the Sultanate alone until the current Sultan died, then dismantle the monarchy and integrate it into Sarawak. But oh, God answers. Black gold saved the kingdom. At the same time the British were getting really concerned they didn't have a domestic oil supply, it was found in the tiny remaining sultanate that they had just made theirs. 3 years after oil was found, the British then placed a resident there, while keeping the Sultan in power to pretend like he was making decisions, making them a part of the British Empire, not Sarawak. So the British ended up with 3 colonies on Borneo: Brunei, Sarawak, and North Borneo, later called Sabah. These ones were under the control of a private company and a British guy who'd been the 3rd king of this territory. The British then had no colonies when the Japanese invaded the island. After World War II, the Brooks were financially devastated, and both these territories were transferred to direct British rules as crown colonies. Alongside the invasion came a wave of nationalism which spread across the Dutch East Indies and Southeast Asia in general. Indonesia gained its independence after a war with the Dutch, while the British colonies opted for the peaceful route. In amalgamation of British colonies, Malaya had gotten it in 1957. It was only natural to extend the offer to the rest of the British Malay states. The nationalist Prime Minister Tunku Abdul Rahman invited the 3 colonies to join them in a union, which leaders of Sarawak and Sabah took him up on. In 1963, they formed the Federation of Malaysia, signing the Malaysia Agreement, MA63, to ensure the Bornean states would be treated as equal members, attaining some degree of autonomy over their revenues and resources. Over time, some of these guarantees would erode as the Malaysian states centralized, most importantly, those of their oil revenues, which the provinces only get to keep 5% of, while the rest goes to the national company Petronas as a form of national development. Some resentment has boiled up as many Borneans feel they missed out on the economic miracle Malaysia has gone through in the last few decades, with their economies still much more tied to the mines and the jungles, which peninsula-based companies and federal agencies manage. For longer than Sabah has, Sarawak's pushed back against the Malaysian government and maintained a unified political culture, with pro-Sarawak parties constantly winning local elections. Recently, they've established their own state oil company in 2017, and as of 2019 are enforcing a 5% tax on petroleum products. The levels of development reflect the respective regions' resistance to foreign entities. Sarawak today is one of Malaysia's richest provinces, while Sabah is one of its poorest. As for Brunei, just a year before the Union of Malaysia, a rebellion by the only pro-democracy and left-wing party in its history had spooked the Sultan into declaring a state of emergency, which has technically lasted for its entire history since. On top of that, Malaysia wanted a significant chunk of Brunei's oil revenues to develop the country nationally, which the Sultan, getting used to this lavish life, protested against. Despite persistence by the British for Brunei to join, and these rebels wanting to join Malaysia, the Sultan personally refused, opting to stay a British protectorate. In fact, when the British government thought about pulling away from Brunei, the Sultan threatened to take his massive fortune out of British banks and quit. The second part, he actually did, abdicating in 1967 in favor of his son, the current Sultan. Still marked by fears of the rebellion as well as Indonesia's invasion of East Timor, Brunei pleaded with Britain to keep a Gurkha regiment stationed in the country, which they reluctantly agreed to. The Gurkhas still defend the royal family to this day. That's so 1800s. Then there's the south. Even though it's the more complex part of the island, its history is arguably less complicated than the Malaysian side. The Dutch had been conquering the islands of the archipelago to make sure no other European country could touch their nutmeg profits. This included the central island of Borneo, but unlike the British system of attempting to keep local rulers in charge while they pulled the strings, the Dutch directly administered the islands. At least it was direct rule by the time they found that sweet, sweet oil. By then, to the Dutch, Borneo was little more than a shell pump. The place that fueled Marcus Samuel's oil empire, alongside his trusty brother, Samuel. So with the rise of nationalism after the war, they didn't rebel as the sultanates of Pontianak or Sambas or Banjarmasin as it was conquered as, but as part of the broader Dutch East Indies. It was clear that Kalimantan would be governed as a central part of the new United States, then later Republic of Indonesia. The theme throughout independent history was, the more centralized the Indonesian state was, the worse Kalimantan fared. This is because the majority of Indonesians as well as Indonesian business and military power was found on the island of Java. The reign of President Suharto was particularly centralizing, leading Indonesia's new order. He consolidated political parties and gave special economic rights to his family members and military-linked companies. These Java-based companies would of course benefit from Kalimantan's timber, coal, and oil resources, more than the Kalimantans themselves. After 32 years of rule, Suharto suddenly stepped down in the midst of financial crisis-fueled protests, ushering in a government dedicated to democratic principles which passed 2 laws to decentralize Indonesia. At least 25% of domestic revenues now go towards regional development, by law. But today, as a result of the Dutch and Indonesian legacies, Kalimantan still lags behind Malaysia and Brunei, where many people live a much more rural life than the north. It might get better. In 2019, President Jokowi announced plans to move the Indonesian capital away from Jakarta to East Kalimantan. Jakarta might be the center of Indonesia, but it's also literally sinking because too many people live on the marsh it was built on, with parts of the city destroyed every year by flooding. The new city of Nusantara is planned to be 3.5 times the size of Singapore and hopes to host 2 million people by 2045, when the government wants to complete it by. That would make it the largest city on the island by far. Kalimantan has 1/9 of the population as its metropole, Java. East Malaysia has around 1/4 of West Malaysia's population, and Brunei has 100% of its metropole. These relative sizes reflect the relative level of development on the island. The further north you go, the more autonomy the people have over natural resource revenue, and the richer and higher developed it is. Though if you go too north, local power weakens, stemming from the loose colonial governance Sabah was a part of. Brunei is an outlier, not just on Borneo, but on Earth. It's in an odd position where it's an almost depoliticized country whose entire economy is based on the Sultan giving away his oil wealth. It seems almost obvious that it could all come crashing down one day, as every article ever written about it will say. Or, with the trend of increasing autonomy over Borneo's natural resources, Brunei could be seen as an early adopter of the next phase of Bornean history. Just a reminder that you could use the links in the description and pinned comment to play War Thunder for free.
Welcome to Magnitogorsk, Russia, one of the most depressing places to ever exist. Today it ranks among the worst polluted cities in the world. Industrial runoff has poisoned the soil and its rivers, and in 1997 it was declared an ecological disaster area. Arsenic, a chemical so toxic it has been used in biological warfare, is up to 21 times more present in the ground here today than is healthy for humans. The city is dark and dingy and suffocated by smog. But Magnitogorsk isn't even the worst of its kind in Russia. Above it are two more cities, the Arctic gulag settlements of Norilsk and Vorkuta. The Soviets built these monuments to misery in a fever of industrialization, trying to catch up with the West and beat them to the top. In doing so, they created hells on Earth. These are the Soviet Union's most depressing cities. Before moving on though, I'd like to talk a little bit about today's sponsor, MyHeritage. This is their DNA kit. It costs just €29, exclusively for Imperial viewers, and it can tell you a lot. The Soviet Union's most depressing cities were created in its drive to industrialize. For centuries, Russia was thought to be an industrially backward nation. In 1913, a year before the First World War broke out, Russia's industrial output stood at a mere 4.8% of the United States' when accounting for population size. Most Russians were stuck ploughing fields with oxen instead of assembling the tractors that could have been replacing them. This was a problem, because according to Soviet doctrine, industrially backward nations became economically enslaved to their more advanced capitalist overlords. So when Stalin took charge of the Soviet Union in the late 1920s, he became obsessed with modernizing the country. He began implementing a plan he hoped would industrialize the nation within 5 years, between 1928 and 1933. It was dubbed, very simply, as the 5-year plan. It hoped to double, or in some sectors more than triple, industrial capacity. However, Russia at the time simply did not have the industrial centers required to facilitate such a massive leap forward. So Soviet planners decided, in many cases, to simply build them from scratch. And that's where cities like Magnitogorsk come into being. Built in Russia's stark hinterlands, the site was selected due to its proximity to an enormous iron deposit. Located beneath the Ural mountain range, this collection of metal was so significant it registered as a magnetic anomaly. Compasses and watches in the area would cease to work correctly due to its magnetic field. The site's remote location was also chosen to keep it safe in the event of a war breaking out. The Communist Party was aware that most of their existing industry was concentrated in the west of the country, bordering European capitalist nations. Placing new developments far from the reach of the USSR's enemies made it more difficult for them to cripple her. But this was the first problem that made Magnitogorsk so depressing. It was in the middle of nowhere. Railway connections were so poor that visiting officials decided to take their chances with the USSR's less than stellar aviation safety record, fly into a nearby aerodrome, and cover the rest of the distance by car. Then there was the fact that the city basically didn't exist yet. Instead of proper homes, rail cars were provided to workers at the Magnitogorsk metallurgical plant for the first few years of its existence, while the real accommodations were being built. Mind you, it wasn't too comfortable for management either. Party functionaries ordered to the site by the state, quote, greeted the relocation notice as a personal tragedy. It was difficult, even pitiful, to forsake the comfort of one's own apartment in the busy and well-known city. And for what? To settle God knows where in the middle of some deserted mountain of the steppe. These bureaucrats were accustomed to the comforts of the big city. The cinema, the theatre, the opera. Magnitogorsk was a cultural black hole in comparison. Now their primary source of entertainment would be the frequent fistfights between forced labourers at the charming prison colony next door. In fact, the streets of Magnitogorsk were so dangerous in the first few years of its history that women were afraid to leave their rail cars at night. The local newspaper reported frequent, quote, incidents, including, but not limited to, axe murders, shootings, petty heists, and railcar break-ins. As a result, the average stay for a worker was around 82 days. If you could...
Yeah, let me tell you about Oakland.
Leave, at least for a little, you did. Its lack of appeal, coupled with a general lack of labourers, meant that many of the workers in towns like Magnitogorsk were those forcefully pressed into the labour pool. This was the reality for 3 out of every 10 peasants. They had been ripped from their communities, their families, their generational homes, and placed in cities they had no connection to. This method of populating Magnitogorsk engineered, in the long term, a stagnant society. You were there to work for the good of the Union. Enjoying yourself was secondary. Not that there was much about Magnitogorsk to enjoy in the first place. It was fundamentally flawed. Planners had initially intended for the city's residential districts to be located on the western bank of this lake, away from the mine and accompanying industry on the eastern bank. However, since connecting the two sides with a bridge and a complex public transportation system was deemed too expensive, they just decided to lump them together. To make it worse, due to a surveying error, they placed residential districts downwind from industry, ensuring that the city's residents would be choked by factory fumes. In the eyes of the Soviet government, this conflation of residential and industrial zones wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In fact, they believed it might aid in creating an ideal socialist city. The problem with current cities, as one Soviet economist put it, was that, quote, presently, the masses do not live by industry or by region. They live non-districted lives. They are spaceless, so to speak. Cities, as they are now, do not speak to the minds and hearts of the workers and peasants. To solve this, Soviet planners wanted to build an antithesis to the capitalist city, which traditionally grew around a center of capital, such as a market square, and instead make industry the animating force behind this new metropolis. So Magnitogorsk aimed to be a workers' paradise where industry and residents lived side by side. It aimed to build communal living facilities, a modern water and sewage system, workers' clubs, libraries, reading rooms, and the most advanced implementation of Soviet architecture to date. In reality, by 1937, 8 years after its foundation, the city still had open-air sewage trenches and no permanent hospital. This, in proximity to industry, had polluted its water system and led to frequent disease outbreaks, such as malaria, scarlet fever, and typhus. The urgency of the USSR's industrialization schedule forced urban planners to take shortcuts and left very little time for them to properly plan around the constantly shifting demands of the Soviet state. Magnitogorsk, far more than any other city, direly needed diligent, patient management and a granular attention to detail due to its attempts to closely integrate people and industry. But no, the city's construction was chaotic, lacking in a coherent vision, and rife with compromise. The city would never live up to the lofty heights set out for it. Ironically, in the end, the priority was not the conditions of the worker, but instead the USSR's industrial aspirations. This meant that throughout its existence, in the words of the historian Stephen Kotkin, Magnitogorsk was a city attached to a factory, from which it derived its purpose and form. Over the succeeding decades, little would change. It was always productivity first, well-being second. In 1989, a factory representative stated, quote, "With the existing equipment, either you stop production or you destroy the air. That's the situation. And you have the plan and bonuses to consider. That's why the factory violates the directives about reducing pollution. The solution is related to reconstruction, but that would take far too long and cost far too much." As a result, Magnitogorsk ranked as third in the world for carbon monoxide output in 2012, and the third most polluted city in Russia in 2015. According to local physicians, only 1% of newborn children in the city were perfectly healthy, and the incidence rate of lung cancer was starting to overwhelm hospitals. Magnitogorsk is a dystopia born of lofty Soviet ambitions and poor planning. So what could possibly beat this monument to misery? Well, that would be the Gulag city of Norilsk. Between 1935 and 1956, 275,000 inmates passed through this remote Siberian prison at the southern tip of the Taimyr Peninsula. During the years of its operation, the winter temperatures here averaged around -30 degrees Celsius. It didn't get much better in the summer, where temperatures were around 10.5 degrees Celsius. The German historian Simon Ernst wrote that for a month and a half every year, the sun simply did not come out, and that in 1946, doctors at the Norilsk hospital were reporting higher rates of psychological illnesses due to the depressing climate and the isolation. Indeed, when a New York Times journalist visited Norilsk in 1936, he remarked that, quote, "Few but explorers have seen that region along the Arctic Ocean above the 62nd parallel. The territory could hardly be more isolated if it were on another planet. So why on earth would anyone want to live here in this godforsaken place voluntarily, let alone build a city? Well, like Magnitogorsk, its existence was necessitated by the USSR's industrial ambitions. Norilsk is an area of incredible rare earth mineral wealth. To help extract these minerals, a gulag was erected to supplement the local labor force. And because the Soviet Union was desperate to increase extraction, you as a gulag laborer could lead a not insufferable existence by being a productive worker. Prisoners here were less likely to die than those in other gulags. That's because by 1953, Norilsk supplied 35% of Soviet nickel, 12% of its copper, 30% of its cobalt, and 90% of its platinum. Its strategic importance meant that Soviet leadership had a vested interest in keeping workers healthy and productive. So relatively speaking, being a prisoner there wasn't too bad. Of course, this isn't saying much. You were still a slave laborer living in what was effectively Satan's freezer. But once the gulag was dismantled in 1956, there were plenty of workers and a large industrial base left behind. It would have been a shame to let that go to waste and leave all those expensive shiny rocks untouched underground. Especially because nickel, the most abundant resource in Norilsk, was vitally important in arms manufacturing and the nuclear energy industry. So important that the CIA found it necessary to keep tabs on the USSR's nickel production. So, a city sprung up out of a gulag. Soon after the closure of the prison, a local factory began producing prefabricated apartments for the newly freed labourers to reside in. All these buildings had to be constructed with reinforced concrete to weatherproof and insulate them against the hostile climate. Which is why today, if you were to visit Norilsk, all you'd see is an ocean of concrete towers. Some of these towers have started to sink with the onset of climate change. The soil in the region, which is usually in a state of permafrost, has started to soften with the rising temperatures, and the foundations of these buildings are becoming unstable as a result. One of the worst ecological disasters in Arctic history occurred in Norilsk for this very reason. In May of 2020, a fuel storage tank at a Norilsk power plant collapsed due to permafrost thaw and lack of maintenance. Around 21,000 tons of diesel oil ran off into the soil and local rivers, worsening the already terrible environmental conditions in and around the city. During the post-Gulag period of the Soviet era, Norilsk was, like Magnitogorsk, a monotown. Its primary purpose was resource extraction. As a result, all other elements of life and urban development played second fiddle to the interests of the city's industrial functions. In 1971, a Canadian delegation exploring the possibility of Arctic development visited the city. Upon their return to Canada, they reported that, quote, "There's a terrific amount of pollution in Norilsk. In fact, you can hardly breathe there. The open pit mining is ugly. We'd have to be more careful about how we do things in our Arctic, and we'd have to have a higher standard of living for the people." It is no surprise then that 52 years later, it was ranked the 10th most polluted city on the planet. Its residents have life expectancies 10 years lower than the average Russian, and the rates of cancer and respiratory diseases have skyrocketed. This is likely due to the high concentration of sulfur dioxide in the atmosphere, courtesy of the heavy industry operations active in the city. Today, the main industry in town is still mining. The local nickel firm, Nornickel, is the city's primary employer and still expanding. Russia, and more importantly the world, is still hungry for raw minerals, and Norilsk still has them in abundance. The fact that climate change is making cities like this more accessible has only made investment pour in further. But this means that for the foreseeable future, Norilsk will remain a monotown that sacrifices comfort and health for industrial productivity. The residents, at least, feel powerless in the face of these vested interests.
Норильский никель, он чувствует себя хозяином полностью на территории, поэтому что-то говорить против они, конечно, боятся. Об этом как бы все знают. Ничего не меняется, никто не протестует.
So, there's very little economic incentive to change anything. The only real newcomers to the economy have been a Bitcoin mining operation, who began using Norilsk's relatively cheap energy grid in 2021. But I personally doubt they're the vanguard of a burgeoning tech sector. As a result, Norilsk today is still an utterly hostile place, especially in winter. The cityscape is dark and desolate, and it just looks like a dystopia. Tell me you'd live here in near perpetual darkness, where your lungs are assaulted by industrial fumes and your water poisoned by diesel, surrounded by the dregs of humanity, unable to leave a place you were never meant to survive in. Where on a dark winter's afternoon, with the cold biting and the wind trying to unravel your coat, the only morsel of light cast across your face on the way home from work at the nickel factory is the soft glow of a Bitcoin sign, framed by smokestacks. In that moment, you might think you are having a nightmare. But no, it's all too real. Somehow, Vorkuta manages to be worse. Like Norilsk, it's a former Gulag city. It sits at roughly the same latitude, is subject to similarly hostile conditions, and is built around resource extraction. In this case, coal. Vorkuta, though, doesn't just look like it's dying, it actually is. In the early 1990s, just after the fall of the Soviet Union, the newly formed Russian state coal monopoly, Rosogol, began shuttering all the unprofitable mines in the country. By 2009, more than half of the mines around the city had been closed, putting thousands out of work. This is perhaps why Vorkuta is the most depressing of the three cities, because at least the residents of Magnitogorsk and Norilsk can find solace in the fact that their suffering has a purpose, that they are tolerating discomfort to build a better life through higher than average wages or a stable industrial job. But in Vorkuta, you get all of the misery of the prior two cities and virtually none of the benefits. Vorkuta slowly became a ghost town. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, people started leaving the city in droves. But as the historian Alan Barenberg notes, it was only those with money that did so. In his words, the cost of moving one's family and possessions by rail had increased significantly. Perhaps most importantly, savings accounts were wiped out by the hyperinflation of the 1990s. While the poor state of the economy led to a significant population decline, it also prevented a mass exodus from the city. So, the only way you could leave was by earning enough money. But of course, you couldn't, because you lived in Vorkuta, where there was no money. This comic tragedy of a situation trapped many people in one of the most depressing cities on Earth. And this time, it didn't even have a job to offer them. In this vacuum, crime exploded. In the newly privatized economy of post-Soviet Vorkuta, people with the resources or connections to do so quickly set about establishing cartels and monopolizing what industry and resources were left. Imports and exports started being controlled by gangs that extracted protection money from businesses. Drug use also increased. Despite the isolation and thus scarcity and costliness of drugs, in 2007, 30% of people in Vorkuta reported taking them. For reference, cities in European and southern Russia with supposed drug problems averaged around 18%. Because Vorkuta was a monotown built around industry, there were barely any social or cultural offerings available. To dull the boredom and isolation, people turned to vice. As a result of these deficiencies, the population fell by 26.6%, or 31,000 people, between 1989 and 2002. For comparison, Norilsk lost 23% in the same time period, but later recovered. Magnitogorsk lost only 5%. The further decline of the economy was prevented in 2003 by the transfer of Vorkuta's remaining coal mines to a private steel and coal conglomerate, who injected investment into the city. However, the population has continued to fade away, largely because automation has cut the job supply. As a result, in 2003, the Russian government sought an $80 million World Bank loan to help people leave the city. To cities like Norilsk, of all places. If you find yourself having to move to Norilsk to pursue a better life, something has gone dreadfully wrong. One can't help but feel that living in Vorkuta today is like living on borrowed time. After all, coal is being phased out all over the world for more sustainable alternatives, and coal is Vorkuta's heart. One day, and one day soon, it'll all be over, and the residents of Vorkuta will wake up and realize that they were atoms living on a dying cell. Thanks again to MyHeritage for sponsoring this video. Click on the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen to get your own DNA testing kit for just €29. Be sure to use the code Imperial at checkout.
For decades now, the Hearn generating station has cast a shadow over Toronto's waterfront. Its massive structure, long abandoned, its purpose, forgotten by most. But this wasn't always a hollow shell. At its peak, the Hearn delivered a tenth of Ontario's power, fueling factories, homes, and the city of Toronto itself. The work here was essential, yet dangerous. Even later, the area became a site of tragedy, such as in 2008 when a photographer trying to capture its scale fell into a coal chute and didn't survive. Hence, today we're turning back the clock to a time when the Hearn wasn't a relic, but a rising force in a city on the move. Stay tuned. I'm your host Ryan Socash, and you're watching It's History. Let's go back to a time when electricity was no longer a marvel. It was becoming a necessity, and Toronto, like the rest of the world, was trying to catch up. At the start of the 20th century, Toronto was transforming from a modest colonial outpost into a real city. Streetcars were now electric, factories were booming, and more homes were being wired for the very first time. But the city's power system, fragmented and limited, was already showing cracks. For decades, electric generation in Ontario had been a patchwork. Private companies and municipalities each ran their own networks, competing and often duplicating efforts. In the early 1900s, one man helped to change that, Sir Adam Beck, a bold advocate for public power. He pushed the province to develop a unified grid under the Hydroelectric Power Commission of Ontario, founded in 1906. His vision? Power at cost. Electricity as a public good, not a profit engine. It was revolutionary. By the 1910s, hydroelectric stations at Niagara Falls were feeding growing industrial corridors, and cities like Toronto were beginning to tap into that emerging grid. Still, most homes relied on coal or oil for heat, and while hydro was expanding, it couldn't yet keep pace with the city's appetite for power. You see, Toronto's early grid wasn't designed for scale. It was built for survival. Factories ran heavy equipment all day long. Streetlights were spreading, and by the 1920s, electrification had sped into the
Welcome back to the channel. My name's Tom, and today I'm taking a look at a mall that I'll bet some of you will tell me is not a true mall, but I'll have to disagree with you and say it is. This is the outlets at Wind Creek in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. So now come along with me and let's take a look around. So this mall, or technically outlet mall, is a part of the Wind Creek Casino, which opened in 2009 on the former site of the Bethlehem Steelworks. The mall portion opened in 2011 as the Shops at Sands, as it was owned by the Las Vegas Sands Corporation at that time. It later changed its name to the Outlets at Sands, Bethlehem, and then finally to its current name in 2019 when the property was sold to Wind Creek Hospitality for $1.3 billion. And don't forget, if you like this video, please give me a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel, leave a comment, and hit that notification bell. I've got a lot more mall videos coming up, as well as store walkthroughs and of course flea market videos. And if you really want to help support the channel, please check out my Patreon account, which is also called Flea Bitten Adventures, where premium members get access to exclusive videos. Also, please don't forget to subscribe to my second YouTube channel, Flea Bitten Side Quests, which currently gets almost no views. Thanks. Now, if I were to guess, I would say that this mall portion of the resort is probably the least popular part of the resort, just based on the fact that the rest of the resort was bustling with activity, but the malls seemed to be almost devoid of customers, unless they were all hiding in the stores and I couldn't see them, and it had more than its fair share of vacant storefronts. But for those of you out there that are, much more familiar with this place than I am, please let me know what you think about that in the comments. I actually came here back in May of 2024 and filmed a video, but the video quality ended up being terrible, so I never posted it. But when I was here then, on the left, that used to be Famous Footwear. Now it's either vacant or it's possibly a part of Twisted Teas. It does say Twisted Teas on the sign out there, but the main entrance to Twisted Teas is a little bit further down on the left, so I'm not sure if Twisted Teas is actually in those spaces there, or if they're just using those spaces for advertising. I believe the storefronts on the right are vacant as far as I can tell, and they looked exactly the same when I was here last year. According to what I read online, since about 2022, there have been at least a half dozen or more store closures here. Some of the stores have, of course, been replaced, but others haven't. So this kind of makes me wonder, is this mall struggling or possibly dying? If this were not a part of the Wind Creek Resort, I would definitely say yes, but because this mall is a part of the Wind Creek Resort, which happens to be one of Pennsylvania's most profitable casinos, I would guess that this mall will likely survive in the long run, because the success of the resort as a whole likely means that even if this mall were struggling or dying, it's probably not going to have a major impact on the overall business. But I am by no means an expert on business or economics, so take that with a grain of salt. Straight ahead, this is Kids Quest, which is basically an arcade, but from what I can tell, you cannot enter there through the mall. So that's pretty much all there is to the first floor, or as they call it, the street level. So now let's head on up to the second floor, which they call the casino level. And rather than taking those boring escalators, let's go up in this wonderful glass elevator. And if anybody knows the make and model of this elevator, please let me know that in the comments. And here's the food court, which as you can see is doing a lot better than the rest of the mall, at least it appears to be. And then just beyond that is the casino. Now I did not do a walkthrough of the casino like I did at Foxwoods and Mohegan Sun, but if that's something you want to see in the future, let me know. I'm not sure if that's interesting to people or not. I would imagine they probably do not let you film actually playing the games. I would guess that might be some sort of security concern, but I'm really not sure about that. And as far as food courts go, this one's looking pretty nice. I didn't see really any vacancies in here. And it seemed to be fairly busy. This was filmed at about 2 in the afternoon, I believe. So not a peak time for a food court, but there were still quite a few people here. And they had a lot of restaurants I've never heard of before, like that Mo Burger. I don't think I've ever seen one of those. And then Far East. Yeah, I've never seen one of those before. I have seen a Moe's, of course. And then Villa Pizza. Never seen one of those before either. So yeah, pretty nice food court. So they've got a K Jewelers outlet. And then there's Famous Footwear. So Famous Footwear just moved up here. They didn't actually leave the mall. I'm kind of wondering if they did that to make room for Twisted Tees to expand. Just a total guess on my part. So if anybody knows if that's the case or not, of course, please leave a comment in the comment section. They've got a Talbot's, which I don't think I see a lot of Talbot's anymore. I remember seeing them a lot more back in the 90s. And as this place is attached to a casino, they do have a lot of high-end stores. So you got Michael Kors, then Coach down there on the left, and Chico's. I don't think Chico's is particularly high-end, but I'm not super familiar with them, as it's not a place I would normally shop. And they've got a Guess clothing store on the right. So it definitely looks like the casino level is doing a lot better than the street level. Probably because obviously it's right near the casino. There's a clothing store called Heartstrings, and I am pretty sure I've never seen one of those before. I'm pretty sure this hallway just heads into the hotel. Straight ahead, that's the Wind Creek Dealer School, and when I was here last year, that was vacant. And on the right, we've got a Tommy Hilfiger, which I think is considered like a mid-range luxury brand. It's another store I would never shop at personally, but it's because they don't have my size. And then finally, we've got the fragrance outlet. And then straight ahead outside, you see that brick building out there? That is actually part of the old Bethlehem Steelworks. And there's actually a lot more of it going further back that you can't see from here. And that's really one of the main reasons I came back out to this mall, because I really wanted to film that. And I did film it after I got finished with the mall here. I'll be posting that video probably within a couple weeks or so. And I think it's probably one of the most interesting places I've ever been. It's pretty amazing. So stay tuned for that. So now that you've seen the mall, what do you think of it? And in fact, would you even consider this a mall? I would say it meets my definition of a mall, which would be an enclosed shopping center with, I don't know, probably at least 3 stores. So from that point of view, I say it is a mall. And whether it's dead, dying, or doing just fine, again, if this were any other mall, I'd say it's dying. But because it is a part of the casino, I would say that doesn't really apply. But let me know what you think about that in the comments. Now, don't go anywhere yet. Next, I'm not going to do a drive around to the mall, but I am going to walk around outside, look at some of the buildings. I'm not going to look at everything, though, because I'm going to save that for the full video on the Bethlehem Steelworks coming up in a couple weeks. But it's still pretty interesting, so let's take a look. So like I mentioned, these buildings here were part of the Bethlehem Steelworks. I'm not exactly sure what they did in each building, but obviously they were some sort of factory buildings, but beyond that I can't get more specific. Further back, they do have signs up explaining what everything is, but they don't do that for these buildings here. So there's the mall, and then this is the attached hotel. The part in the middle there, that was there before Wind Creek took over, but the bigger hotel to the left of it, that was added since Wind Creek took over. So these, as you can probably tell, are train tracks. So these would have gone straight through the old factory, or right next to it. And actually where the mall is built today, from what I understand, that was another factory building, which is why the tracks end right there. But I don't know about you, but I find stuff like this fascinating. So if you like this, definitely stay tuned for the full video on the steelworks coming up. So kind of think of this as like a preview. I would have loved to have gone in here, but this area is off limits unless you work in there. And then you see that factory there in the distance? That is the main attraction. That is the Bethlehem Steelworks. And to me it looks like either Oz from The Wizard of Oz or a battleship. It is just the most intimidating thing you've ever seen in person. It's crazy. And this is how you get up there. It's free admission. And to be honest with you, the last time I was here, a year and a half ago, I didn't know you could go up here. It didn't look like a place you were allowed to go, but I did research it, and you are allowed to go up here. And it is, again, it's spectacular. And there you have it. That was the outlets at Wind Creek and my preview for my Bethlehem Steelworks video that's coming up in a couple weeks. So if you like this video, please give me a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel, leave a comment, and hit that notification bell. I've got a lot more mall videos coming up. Welcome back to the channel. My name's Tom, and today I'm taking a look at one of Pennsylvania's largest and most successful malls, Lehigh Valley Mall in Whitehall Township, Pennsylvania. It's currently the largest mall in Lehigh Valley and the 9th largest mall in Pennsylvania. This mall was developed by the Kravco company and opened in 1976, which makes it as old as I am. So it's not a new mall by any stretch of the imagination. It was acquired by Simon Property Group in 2003 after Simon bought the mall's owner, the Kravco company. Today the mall is owned 50-50 by Simon and Preet, but is still managed by Simon. And from what I understand, the mall was a success from the start and remains successful to this day, albeit to a lesser degree. Like pretty much every other mall, this mall was of course hurt by the pandemic, but not as much as most of the other malls in the area. The mall's continued success likely has a lot to do with Simon Property Group, which, while I'm not a huge fan of the look of their malls in general, they do seem to put a lot of money and effort into maintaining and growing their properties, unlike a lot of other mall owners out there. And in case you're wondering, this video was filmed a few months ago on a Tuesday, just after the mall opened at about 10 a.m., which is why this hallway is so dark, some of the stores aren't open yet, and there's barely anybody here. I think a few of the stores you see in this video are no longer open at the mall, but from what I've read, most of those stores have already been replaced by new tenants, which is another testament to Simon's dedication to growing their malls. Often what I see at other malls not owned or managed by Simon is that the mall will lose a store and not replace it for months, years, or sometimes ever. I do plan to take another trip to this area sometime in the next few months, so if anybody wants me to do an update video on this mall sometime in the middle of the day when it's a bit busier, please let me know in the comments. Alright, so now back to the history of the mall. The original anchor stores were Wanamaker's, Bamberger's, and JCPenney, and as seems to be the case at most of the malls I visited, only JCPenney remains to this day. So the current anchors are JCPenney, Macy's, and this Boskov straight ahead. From what I've read, the opening of this mall severely negatively impacted the neighboring Whitehall Mall, which I've already done a video on. The reason for this was that Lehigh Valley Mall was nearly double the size of Whitehall Mall and had almost twice as many shops. As a result, Whitehall Mall lost a lot of shoppers to Lehigh Valley, which then arguably led to Whitehall Mall's eventual decline into the unquestionably dead mall that it is today. If you want to see just how dead Whitehall Mall is today, check out my video, which I'll link in this video's description. Welcome back to the channel. My name's Tom, and today I'm taking a look at what was once one of Pennsylvania's largest and most spectacular indoor malls, but is today only a shadow of its former self, Whitehall Mall in Whitehall Township, Pennsylvania. At first glance, you might be thinking that this isn't an indoor mall, it's just one of the thousands of other strip malls or outdoor shopping centers you see pretty much everywhere nowadays. Well, you'd be mostly correct, but hiding within this otherwise boring shopping center are the remains of a once great mall. This mall opened in September 1966. It was developed by Donnelly and Seuss Properties, and it was the first enclosed mall in eastern Pennsylvania. When it opened, there were 52 stores inside the mall, and today, as far as I can tell, the number of stores actually inside the mall has dropped to about 5 or 6. The original anchor stores were Zollinger's, Sears, Weiss Market, Woolworths, and the Plaza Cinema. I believe that the Weiss Market was originally located in the building that currently says Bye Bye Baby, and then they eventually expanded into the Shoe Carnival store. But before that, the Shoe Carnival store was originally Zollinger's. Zollinger's closed in 1978 and was replaced later that same year by another department store called Lee's. Lee's closed in 1997 and was replaced by Gallery Furniture later that year. And I'm not sure when Shoe Carnival moved in. Now come along with me as we take a step back in time into what remains of the old Whitehall Mall. The wall to the right used to be part of the old Zollinger's and Lee's. Here's what this area used to look like back around 1994.
It's so quiet. I think we have a dead mall here.
The buzzing of the fluorescent lights really adds to the atmosphere. On the right where it says Plaza, that was the Plaza Cinema. It opened in 1966, just a few months before the mall itself. Initially it was only a single screen, but they did eventually upgrade to 2 screens. However, because it was only 2 screens and because it was apparently very out of date, it ended up closing in 1999. And this stairway here is pretty amazing. I would bet this was here on opening day in 1966. It looks like something straight out of the Brady Bunch. And even look at the paint up there, that blue paint. I don't think that's original to the mall, but that's definitely old paint. I really wanted to go up there and take a look around, but then I saw these signs saying no trespassing, private property, you'll be prosecuted, etc. So I didn't go up, but I would love to see what's up there. If anybody has any pictures of what that looks like, or if they know where I can find some, let me know in the comments. Now, this part of the mall that we're stepping into right now, I believe was an addition from 1982. And it honestly doesn't look like they've updated it at all since 1982.
All I can hear is the buzzing from the fluorescent lights.
And yes, the mall is open. I'm not in a closed mall right now, even though it might look like it.
It's quite the bathroom. Oh.
And don't forget, if you like this video, please give me a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel, leave a comment, and hit that notification bell. I've got a lot more mall videos coming up. Thanks. From what I read, back in the 80s, where this comic book store is today, used to be an arcade called Spaceport Arcade. Does anybody know what used to be in these vacant stores here? This store just seems to be full of bags of trash. The building that the Kohl's is in today was built during the 1982 expansion. At that time, though, it was occupied by a store called Clover. Clover was there from 1982 until 1996. And then Kohl's moved in 1997. I would bet that the green border going around this store has been here since 1982. I am not sure if this store is still in business or not, because as you see there, there's a bunch of boxes stacked, and usually you don't have boxes stacked like that in a store that is still open. But I could be wrong. Shortly after this Kohl's opened in 1997, plans were being made to renovate the mall. From what I understand, the mall was pretty out of date at that point and was generally considered the mall where the old people shopped, while the newer and much larger mall across the street, the Lehigh Valley Mall, was considered the cool mall, and that's where all the kids hung out. Some people just wanted to modernize the interior of the mall to make it more like the Lehigh Valley Mall. But what they decided to do instead was tear down approximately, I would say, 90% of the old indoor mall and turn it into the outdoor shopping center we have today. This demalling was completed by 1998, but somehow this part of the mall miraculously survived as if stuck in a time warp, and I'm glad it did. Now let's just take in the ambiance of the mall. This D&M Snacks looks like it's been closed for a very long time. Surprised they left behind the Super Pretzel machine, though. I don't think I've seen one of those in quite a while. So now the question is this a dead mall, a dying mall, or is it doing just fine? Well, I would say the indoor portion of the mall that we're in right now is unquestionably dead. I don't know how anybody could say anything different. This is a dead mall right here. Now, the outdoor section of the mall, or the strip mall section of the mall, that's a little bit of a different story, and we'll get into that in more detail in just a couple minutes when I do my drive around of the mall. And before we head out, let's take a quick look inside the old Plaza Theater. Like I said earlier, it closed in 1999. At some point after that, Gold's Gym moved in, and then Gold's Gym changed names to PA Fitness at some point along the way, and then PA Fitness closed in 2022. Here's a picture of what this part of the theater used to look like, I think, back in the 1960s. Also, just to give you an idea of where the old indoor mall was, it used to go right past this door here all the way to the end of the building, and then down to the right, it would go all the way down to the Sears. So basically a good chunk of this parking lot straight ahead used to be the indoor mall. Here's the old Sears Auto Center. The Sears closed in 2020, and from what I read, the Sears Auto Center closed shortly before that. So this might have been closed in either 2019 or 2020. And as you can see, they're doing construction out there in front of the building. As we'll see in just a minute, it looks to me like they're putting in new windows in the old Sears Auto Center, so I'm guessing they're converting this into something else. Not sure what, though. So I don't think it's going to get torn down. Here's the Kohl's building, which, like I mentioned, was built in 1982, and at that point it was a Clover store. I had to look up Clover, though, because I've never heard of them before. Apparently they never made it to Connecticut, where I'm from, but they were apparently very similar to Target. If anybody here has ever been to a Clover store, let me know what it was like. Alright, so now this is really cool. Take a look at this yellow building here. Look at the top of it. And if you look really closely, you can still see where it says Woolworths. Woolworths, like I said, was one of the original anchor stores, and I think it's probably been closed at least 30 years at this point, so it's pretty amazing that that label scar is still there. And then this is the old Sears building. The Sears closed in 2020, And then in December of 23, so just about 6 months ago, this store called Floor and Decor moved in. Here's a picture of this area back when it was still Sears. As near as I can tell, the old indoor mall started about here. So back before 1998, where I'm driving now would have been inside the mall. So now the question is, how is the outdoor section of the mall doing? Well, this Harmon closed in 2023. The Bed Bath & Beyond also closed in 2023. This massage parlor appears to be open, but then there's what appears to be 2 vacant stores next to it. There's the entrance we went in. Shoe Carnival, I think that's open. Bye Bye Baby closed in 2023. And I think this used to be a Michael's, and it's also closed. And I can't really tell if this Men's Warehouse is open or not. It looks like it might be. So that's either 4 or 5 businesses on the outside of the mall that are still open. And then, again, it looked like either 5 or 6 open inside the mall. So let's say best case scenario, this mall has 11 open stores. That's quite a bit fewer than it had on opening day back in 1966 when it had 52 stores. The building coming up on the left used to be the Zollingers and then the Lee's building. And tell me what you think about this entrance here. These canopies look like somebody took some old steel sewer pipes and cut them in half. And then this was PA Fitness. Before that, it was Gold's Gym. And then before that, this would have been the main outside entrance to Plaza Cinema. And I'm thinking this area must have looked a lot better back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Because right now, it looks pretty terrible. And there you have it. That's Whitehall Mall in Whitehall Township, Pennsylvania. Let me know what you think about it in the comments, but I think I'm pretty confident in saying that this is a dead mall inside and out. There's just way too many vacancies and not nearly enough people shopping here to say it's anything other than dead. But of course, if you disagree, let me know. And if you liked this video, please give me a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel, leave a comment, and hit that notification bell. I've got a lot more mall videos coming up, as well as store walkthroughs and, of course, flea markets. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
We're exploring a town that is completely gone, lost by every meaning of the word, more so than any ghost town that we've explored on this channel.
This is the Lausanne site.
The site that we're visiting was called Lausanne, home of a tavern, a sawmill, a couple houses, and not much else. Yet despite the size of the settlement, some historians claim that it played a critical role in kickstarting America's Industrial Revolution.
I would say at that time when it was the busiest, there was probably 10 people stationed here.
We're stopping at several interesting ruins along the way, following along a lost highway, a deserted turnpike through the woods that once held the title of the most dangerous public road in America, thanks to robbers and bandits that once lurked in these woods.
There were a lot of cases of people missing, finding dead bodies and skeletons.
This is the story of the old settlement of Lausanne, the town that never was, on Part-Time Explorer. It's quiet on this riverbank, a spot frequented only by the occasional fisherman or excursion train heading through the valley. But less than 2 miles downriver, it's a whole different world. The nearby town of Jim Thorpe is a popular tourist destination, especially during the spring and fall, with the Lehigh Gorge Scenic Railroad taking passengers up the Lehigh River on excursions to see the changing forest colors. Jim Thorpe was named for a Native American Olympic athlete, but before him the town was known as Mauch-Chunk, meaning bare place in Lenni Lenape, the language of the local Indian tribe. This beautiful town, winding up the canyon, is popularly advertised as the Switzerland of America. But before Jim Thorpe had that title, it was Lausanne that was called the Switzerland of America. In fact, chances are the name Lausanne itself likely originates from the city in Switzerland of the same name. Lausanne itself was nothing more than a town that tried to happen. So much development was going on around it, from railroads to coal mines to boat building, that things should have fallen into place. But competition from Mauch-Chunk to the south and other settlements in the area ultimately never gave Lausanne a proper start. It was barely ever even a town and more of a hamlet. It started with a sawmill being built at the mouth of the Nescahoning Creek, but not long afterward, in 1791, coal was discovered in the mountains behind it, and the sawmill was then needed to construct boats to ship the coal down the river to the big cities. The land around the sawmill was platted out and lots were sold off, but very little was built there. We'll get more into the history of Lausanne if we're able to actually reach the site, but let's take a look at our path there first. I'm joined on my journey by local historian and author Vince Hydro, who's been studying Lausanne and Mauch-Chunk history for decades and even self-published the definitive book on the town, titled Carbon County's Lost Village of Lausanne.
So have you been down there before?
Oh yes, since I was a kid.
We need to enter the woods following an ancient road, a road with just as much history as the town that we're going to. It began as the Great Indian Warrior's Path and stretched from Alabama to New York. It connected the Native American tribes of the Appalachian Mountains and surrounding areas along a long footpath dating back who knows how long. These paths were often indicated by trees that were grown in an unnaturally bent shape, like this example right here. As colonists came to the area and settled in Pennsylvania, they used the trail too. As the sawmill at Lausanne developed and coal was found in the area, road developers came through and, following the trails already somewhat cleared by the Warrior's Path, they widened the route and cleared the roads further.
Yeah, how'd this get here?
The first road project was in the 1790s and was known as the Evan Owen Road, and this was improved in 1806 when the Lehigh and Susquehanna Turnpike was built on top of it. This was a toll road with taverns and rest stops along the way and was wide enough for large stagecoaches to travel along. We're following that old turnpike right now, and at the southern terminus of it, in the direction that we're going, is Lausanne. This is the 1806 Turnpike. This is the 1790s Evan Owen Road. This is the Great Indian Warrior Path. So much history along this lonely trail, and it's just abandoned here, in this forest, quietly fading away.
A little ways up the turnpike from the actual town site of Lausanne is a cluster of old stone buildings that is always mistaken to be Lausanne. Most exploration videos you see on YouTube go explore that site, and they call it Lausanne, but it is absolutely not Lausanne. They're an unnamed cluster of powder magazines that Vince calls James Run. We're going to explore those now.
As we made our way down the old turnpike, we came to our first ruin. We're still quite a ways from the Lausanne town site, but this is one of the stone ruins regularly mislabeled as Lausanne. This is the first of 2 powder magazines built by the DuPont Powder Company in 1836 along the Lausanne Turnpike. This is the larger of the 2, with a capacity of 10,000 kegs of gunpowder. These magazines were built to store black powder for resale in the area. It could be used for all sorts of purposes, including hunting rifles, but their primary customers were the coal mines of the mountains, for use in blasting out their tunnels.
And mule teams would carry the powder from these magazines to the mines. And I have a letter that was written to me when I was a kid from the descendant of one of the teamsters. This man drove mule teams over the hill that carried some of this powder. See where there was some later repairs made with a different type of cement.
I wonder why some of these stones stick out.
That's a good question, and I don't have the foggiest idea why they stick out. But apparently there was a purpose, because you see them from time to time. Yeah, it is strange, because the rest of them are nice and they're cut nice, and then there has to be a reason why they were.
You can see where the floor was carved out, and these would have been beams coming across. So it was actually open underneath the floor as well. That was probably to make sure the ground didn't get too wet and keep the powder dry.
Directly across the old turnpike from the first magazine is the second, smaller one, which had a capacity of 5,000 kegs of powder. Looking at the site, we noticed signs of an explosion. Could this magazine have blown up at one point?
There's stories that one of these exploded, but we really don't know whether they just fell in over time or whether there was an explosion. There could have been.
We continued down the turnpike, reminiscing about what traveling this road back in its heyday was like, or even back in the Native American days when it connected the tribes of Alabama all the way up to the Indians of Canada. We can see just how steep some of these roads are at points. Stagecoaches in the early days didn't have brakes, so as they came through places like this, they often dragged logs behind them to slow them down. The next structure that we came to was what remained of a destroyed stone arch bridge. This bridge carried the turnpike across the James Run Creek and was probably built with the construction of the Susquehanna and Lehigh Turnpike in 1806.
So the earlier roads, they were state roads, and they had no requirements in terms of river crossing. The horses just basically forded the river. But the turnpike was required to have a bridge over every stream and creek and river. And so this is what they built here.
It was said to have still been in operational condition in 1911.
But you can see how the bridge had an extensive, ramp up to it. Because it was fairly high. You can see over there how high it was.
Someone left their boots here. A little way farther down the road and then through the brush on the north side is the next ruin, a sawmill. Now, this is not the sawmill that created the town of Lausanne that I mentioned earlier. We'll get to that one soon enough. This one here came later.
Some of the earliest houses in Esquehoning were built with wood cut at this sawmill. and that basically they had a wooden sluice from way up in the headlands of James's Run that would use water to float the logs down to this sawmill. And the water wheel was on the right-hand side there.
So for this sawmill here, up there, the mill race deviates from the creek. This is James's Run, and the water would come down here. You can still see the notch for the mill race coming right through here, and the water wheel, made of wood, would stick out the stone building right here and go down into the water, and then the race would continue on down and rejoin James's Run right there.
And that probably would have ran up into the 1870s, I would have thought, maybe a little bit longer.
We actually know the name of the man who operated this mill. His name was Billy Walk. His home stood a few hundred feet to the south of the mill, though all that remains in its place is his overgrown basement.
There's ruins of a basement here. You can see the stonework on the sides. It was more defined in earlier times, but now it's pretty much full of debris, leaves, and people that camp here use it as a junk pile.
The final ruin before we get to Lausanne itself is this stone structure, a third powder magazine by the DuPont company built around 15 years after the first two. This one came along in 1852.
Probably these were discontinued, I think I said around 1869, 1870, and I'm thinking because there were powder magazines that were constructed along the line of the Nesquehoning Valley Railroad, at least for the Nesquehoning mines. And so they would have replaced these.
So these were roughly from the 1830s to the 1870s?
Yes, I believe so.
Which is roughly the era of the sawmill?
And the turnpikes too.
Okay.
This section of the turnpike was discontinued in 1869. I think this particular location, and I've always been impressed by those line of pine trees that grow in a line. It seems to me that was man-made, but I think in this location here is where the Warriors Path came up over the Pisgah Mountain and split. The west trail going up to Nescopec and the east trail going up to Wyoming, which is now Wilkes-Barre. And then from then on, it continued all the way up to Canada. And that was the trail over which the Gilbert family was taken when they were kidnapped in the 1780s.
A mere half a mile farther, and we were finally at the old location of Lausanne. The actual town site of Lausanne is a bit underwhelming to look at. As I said, there's nothing left of the old town. It's now buried under thousands and thousands of tons of rubble, filled in by the railroad constructing a rail yard in the spot.
Somebody found something. It could be from a lock gate, could be from a boat. We just don't know.
Coming into Lausanne now, we're actually approaching from the south along the Lehigh River. To get to the town, we first have to pass under a railroad bridge. I've crossed this bridge before, several times in the last few years, aboard the Lehigh Gorge Scenic Railway. Every time I rode on the train, I knew we were passing Lausanne, but I always wondered what could still be found of the town. This bridge was built in the 1950s to replace an older bridge.
And up there you can see the abutments of the original bridge that was put in around 1865.
Continuing on, we finally reached Lausanne itself. With the opening of the turnpike in 1806, the path that we just walked to get here, several taverns were constructed along the road, offering food and rest for weary travelers. The most popular tavern along the turnpike was right here in Lausanne.
Buried under that bank to where the tavern most likely was located. The river, according to the maps, the river was up almost to the level of the tavern. So I would put it back further because the river is low right now.
This tavern was known as the Landing Tavern, as it serviced not only the turnpike travelers, but boatmen working along the river. The first operator of the tavern was a man named Abraham Klotz, who was known for his warm hospitality, good food, and his storytelling. The tavern was a 40-foot tall structure and made of wood. It had several outbuildings, including a kitchen attached to the tavern and two large sheds, which likely served partly as a garage and stable, in addition to general storage. There was also a general store either attached to the tavern or just beside it. The tavern operated for decades, with several documented births and deaths occurring within its doors. It was a common stopping point for Quakers moving north and west, and even for workers who were developing the rivers and lands around Lausanne and Mauch Chunk. As the use of the turnpike died as people favored the now expanding railroads, Lausanne began to die with it, even before Lausanne really became anything, and the tavern declined. It was seized for back taxes several times and sold in sheriff's auctions, struggling to stay in business through the 1860s. But the death blow came in 1869 when this portion of the turnpike was completely abandoned. The railroad bridge, whose abutments we saw earlier, was in full operation, and there simply was no demand for a turnpike or the tavern anymore. The abandoned portion of the road was still traveled on occasionally, but because maintenance had stopped and there were now bandits along the route, this became known as the worst public road in America.
This part of the turnpike was abandoned in 1869. Well, officially abandoned. I mean, the road was still used, because the Broad Mountain was a dangerous road to travel. There were a lot of cases of people missing, finding dead bodies and skeletons on the Broad Mountain. So in the wintertime and at night, it was a dangerous road to travel.
The tavern was fully abandoned in 1873, although interestingly, a wedding was held here in the abandoned ruins in the late 1870s. Squatters remained at the tavern and in other Lausanne ruins for decades.
Right here we're exploring where the Landing Tavern was located, and there's absolutely nothing left that remains of it. In fact, by the 1910s, it was already said that there wasn't anything left of the building.
And today, anything that may have been left is now buried under this bridge abutment built in 2019. From the tavern landing site, we moved deeper into the old town site, seeking out the location of one of the only other significant structures ever built in Lausanne, the old sawmill, which was the reason the whole town ever existed. This is a completely different sawmill than the stone ruin that we saw at the James Run site along the turnpike here. To get to the Lausanne one, it's quite a trek up a man-made hill to a train track.
This road was put in when they were building the new bridge.
This track was originally laid down in 1869 for the Lehigh and Susquehanna Railroad, which helped to link the Pennsylvania towns of Easton and Whitehaven and made the Lehigh and Susquehanna Turnpike obsolete. This was the last straw that led to the complete abandonment of the Lausanne Turnpike. This railroad completely killed off the town of Lausanne, and it even had the courtesy of burying it.
Tens of thousands of tons of waste from the coal breakers were dumped here to expand the railroad yard here.
On top of this piling where we now stand was once a train yard.
So there's one track over there, and that was the original point that the railroad went through. Anything from that point on was all filled in here to make this expanded freight yard here. And that happened around 1913 up into the 1920s.
The ground that we are walking on was artificially piled up here, burying Lausanne 50 feet beneath our shoes.
Welcome back to the channel. If you've watched a lot of my mall videos, you know I often ask the question, is this mall dead, dying, or doing just fine? And I know somebody's going to say that, well, you can't really make that determination by coming to a mall this early, because not all the stores are open and there's barely anybody here yet. And I agree. This is definitely not the best time of the day to decide if a mall is dead, dying, or doing just fine, just based on its appearance. So for this video, I'm going to make that determination based on the research I've done. And the research indicates that this mall is doing just fine. If you disagree with that, though, definitely let me know in the comments. And don't forget, if you like this video, please give me a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel, leave a comment, and hit that notification bell. I've got a lot more mall videos coming up. And if you like videos that are not about malls or about flea markets, check out my second channel, Flea Bitten Side Quests. Here's where the original anchor store Bamberger's was located from 1976 until it was rebranded as a Macy's in 1986. And I could be wrong, but I think these Macy's signs are the originals from 1986. Most of the newer Macy's signs that I see have a red star either to the left of the name or above it. And personally, I think I prefer this old style. In my opinion, one of the benefits to coming to a mall this early is that you do get to see the stores opening for the day, which I don't see too often, and I think is kind of fascinating, honestly. So in a second here, we're going to watch the Macy's open for the day, and I know some people are going to say it's boring, but again, I think it's fascinating, and it's definitely something I've never seen before. And now Macy's is officially open for the day. On the right, this is a store called Cloud City Games, Comics, and Toys. Never been in one of these before. I think I've only seen maybe one or two of these in all the malls I've ever been to. So I think next time I see one of those, I will do my best to do a walkthrough. If anybody wants to see that. On the right is Rivals Indoor Battlefield, and I believe that's one of the businesses that is closed since I filmed this video. Not sure what's in there now. And then just past it here on the right, we have this place called Pose Selfie Salon, and I can guarantee that is one business or store that I will never do a walkthrough of. Nothing against the business in general, it's just, as you might have guessed, I'm not really into selfies. And no mall nowadays would be complete without a Cinnabon and an Auntie Annie's Pretzels. Both restaurants I've never been to. I've never bought anything from them before. But you know what? Maybe the next time I go to a mall that has one, I will try them out. I think I'd be more interested in the Cinnabon than the Auntie Annie's, personally. And I think this is probably one of the first times I can remember ever seeing a kid actually riding one of these kiddie rides at a mall. That's very uncommon. I know this mall used to have at least one water fountain, but I'm not sure if they had more than that. So let me know, did there used to be a water fountain right there? It definitely looks like there could have been. Straight ahead, this is where the original anchor store Wanamaker's was located from 1978 until 1995. It was then Hex from 1995 to 1997, Strawbridge's from 97 to 2006, and then became Boscov's that's same year. This mall went almost 20 years before its first major renovation in 1995. While I'm sure this renovation was sorely needed, it sadly led to the removal of the mall's water fountains, which, as most of you know, I'm a huge fan of. They also removed an amazing spiral staircase that used to be where this glass elevator is today. Strictly from an accessibility standpoint, I can understand why they replaced the spiral staircase with an elevator, but personally, I think they should have at least kept the fountain. Or if the fountain was in the way of the elevator, they should have added a new fountain, but that's just my opinion. I am sad that they removed the spiral staircase, but I am also a fan of elevators, so let's take this one for a ride. And back up we go. It's a pretty basic glass elevator, but it seems to be working fine and it's fairly fast. Some of these elevators I go on, they make the weirdest noises and they go so slow. This one doesn't have those problems. I like the music that Kitty Ride's playing. It sounds like an old Sega Master System or an NES game. Can't decide if this is a ripoff of Roger Rabbit or Bugs Bunny. Wait a minute, I just noticed that this mall has 2 Bath and Body Works. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Again, this is where that spiral staircase was, and at the bottom of it was the water fountain. Or at least one of the water fountains. It's an interesting play area. It looks very modern, unlike a lot of the play areas you see that look like they're straight out of the 90s. And then there's the mall's only remaining original anchor store, JCPenney. For whatever reason, the JCPenney's seem to open at 11, even though most of the malls open at 10. At this point, I've documented over 100 malls, and one thing I've noticed is that the vast majority of them look very similar from the inside. Not all of them, but many of them do. And this is an example of that. If you were to just drop me down in this hallway and ask me what mall are you at, I would have no idea, because this mall looks like virtually 1,000 other malls in the United States, which I think is one of the things I would change about malls if I had that power. I would want to make each of them have an individual feel, which they definitely don't today. I think something that would help with that would be, for example, a water fountain, which, as I said, this one used to have right here up until about 1995. And if they brought back like bushes, trees, things like that, I think that would really liven up the malls of today. But I'm pretty sure that won't happen. I think I also read that store on the left, Icing, has also closed. Or I should say it's no longer open at this mall, because I know sometimes people get upset with me when I say a store has closed, and then they say, well, no, it hasn't closed, it went down the street to another location. Well, the location at the mall is no longer open, therefore it is closed. That's what I mean when I say a store is closed. Just in case there was any confusion, which there does seem to be from time to time. Also, from what I understand, this Barnes & Noble location was just temporary, and the old location was under renovation, and I think since I filmed this, it has moved back to its original location, which we'll see when we do a drive around of the mall. I've never shopped at a PacSun because I don't really think it's my type of thing, but I do have to say I love their entrances. And as I like to always ask, if you've ever been to this mall before, or especially if it's your hometown mall, let me know what you think about it in the comments. Again, I think it seems to be doing fairly well. Of course, it would probably look a lot busier if I was here later in the day or on the weekends, but again, based on what I've read, it seems to be doing fine. And now don't go anywhere yet. Next we're going to do a drive around the mall and see what it looks like from the outside. Oh, and also I think that Cheesecake Factory opened in 2023. So that's fairly new. And I don't know about you, but I love Cheesecake Factory. It's a little bit expensive, but I like it. And does this entranceway remind anybody else of Jurassic Park? Alright, so first up we have the JCPenney, which like I said is the only remaining original anchor store. And I would imagine it's one of the only original features of the mall that still looks like it did back in 1976. Because I don't think JCPenney really ever updated the outside of their stores. So here's the Barnes & Noble, and from what I understand, this is the original location, which was temporarily closed for renovations, and they had that temporary location opened by the JCPenney that we saw inside the mall. And I think this is now open today. It says coming in spring 2024, but I think it reopened in June of 24, so about a month after I filmed this. And if there's any other stores in this video that are no longer at the mall, please let me know that in the comments as well. And then here's the Macy's, which was Bamberger's up until 1986. And Bamberger's is another store that I never got the opportunity to shop at, just because I don't think there were ever any in Connecticut, as far as I know. And then here's the Boscov's building, which was originally Wanamaker's, then Hecht's, then Strawbridge's, and then finally Boscov's. And that bus just blew that stop sign and almost hit me. That's actually the second time that's happened. I think the last time was at Cape Cod Mall. And then this group of shops here, which they call the Lifestyle Center, was added in 2007 at a cost of about $40 million. And while it's not physically attached to the mall, it is considered to be part of the mall. looks like this is where they put a lot of their high-end stores. Basically the types of stores I would probably never shop at. So there you have it. That is the Lehigh Valley Mall in Whitehall Township, Pennsylvania. I hope you liked the video. If you did, please give me a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel, leave a comment, and hit that notification bell. I've got a lot more mall videos coming up. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Apologize that we couldn't show any of those during the day. It just, once in a while you get an event like this, a local event where it's not up to me. So if I could have gotten the rights to some video today, we very well might have covered it earlier, but I just couldn't. It just wasn't available. So. But I do have some photos I can show you. But yeah, 19 people. All right, so let's talk about this. No, you cannot take a news organization's footage that they are paying to produce and use it for free on your broadcast by commenting on it. It does not work that way. Blast at a Tennessee explosive plant leaves 19 people missing and feared dead. Throughout the day, I've been hoping that that number would go down, that either they would find survivors or maybe, a lot of times they'll say people are missing, but they turn up. Maybe they left the scene and nobody realized that they left, and then they find them somewhere and they're fine. The number just hasn't gone down. It's still 19. A blast leveled an explosives plant today in rural Tennessee, leaving behind a mass of twisted metal, burned out shells of cars, and at least 19 people missing and feared dead. There is nothing to describe it's gone, said the Humphreys County Sheriff Chris Davis. The blast was at Accurate Energetic Systems. I got to change the headline here, sorry, to the news story. 19 missing, 19
Nicholas Fuentes. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing good, doing good. Thank you very much for doing this. Thank you for traveling to do this. I really appreciate it. I've wanted to do this for a while. I felt like this was a show that was supposed to happen, which I don't often feel, but I've been feeling this way for a while. So I really appreciate you doing this. Me and you, we were just talking about it outside. I believe it was 2019. You did my podcast. We were like, Twitter had convinced I think it was something like people on Twitter were like, you'll never debate Nick the Knife or whatever. And I was like, in my mind, I was like, I'm scared of Nick Fuentes. Okay, I'll go debate. And I didn't know much about you. I thought we had a really good show. We ended up not really debating. We ended up just nerding out on the stuff that we both enjoy. And then you came back on my show. It was like right after you had got kicked off YouTube, I think. So that was like the thing. And then we did a debate, like a very broad kind of authoritarianism versus liberty type debate in, I want to say it was, I think, late 2020.
Yeah,
right?
That sounds right.
Because it was right at the end, I think, of the year. We were like talking about the year of the lockdowns and stuff like that. So that was five years ago. And both of us in the last 5 years have really pretty dramatically risen in stature, whatever, much bigger audiences, much more, just bigger audiences, more big moments, more, and so it just kind of seemed like a thing that should happen. And also on top of that, we are both, I don't know exactly like what percentage it would be, but I think we have a lot of overlap in our audience. Like I hear a lot of people who are like, you two are the guys that I listen to.
Mm-hmm.
And we both kind of had this weird thing where, so like after I had you on, again, even though you were not nearly as big as you are now, but it was still like, whoa, I got all this, outrage. I was constantly asked to denounce you. And then given my personality, I was always like, fuck you, I denounce you. Yeah. Like what? And then, of course, more recently, when you were going on Candace's show, I was a topic of conversation there. So, and
or a little bit cheaper than that, but you do have to consider that your prices of construction will be higher after you build them because you're going to start running like iron shortages and stuff. You don't really want to deficit spend too much until you get laissez-faire because while we don't have laissez-faire, you'll see our interest rate is like 7.6%. Also, we can get it lower from Tex as well, but laissez-faire would cut our interest rate in half from that negative 25% loan interest rate. Since it's taxed additively with the negative 50% from being a great power, that would bring our loan interest rate down to around 3.8%. Which would make deficit spending good, but for now, it's really not too good in this point, so we don't want to intentionally deficit spend. But once you do get your interest rate down, you're going to want to deficit spend around 0.1 to 0.2% of your GDP. 0.1% is conservative, 0.2% is likely to be a little bit too high, because 0.1% per week comes out to around 5% yearly, whereas 0.2% comes out to around 10% yearly, and growing 10% a year is very difficult, whereas growing 5% a year is very easy. So now that we have all this construction, what should we actually use it on? Well, there's essentially two important factors here, which is obviously the profitability of the building per construction you're using, and also, does it get used by the government? If it's used by the government, that means you want to try to build more of it, because lower prices for the government means you could build more construction. Like, especially on like something like iron, almost all the demand for iron in our market right now is currently coming from construction sectors, so building more iron mines to reduce the price of construction so we can then build more construction would be very good. Yo, today I'm explaining how to grow your economy as much as possible, things like why high SOL is terrible for pop growth, what techs are worth rushing for, and much more. Use USA as an example. I think it's a very good example country. You almost always want to go up to at least high taxes. This will give you a lot more money than normal taxes or whatever. If you can, you want to go up to very high taxes, but for most countries at the start of the game, this is going to give you too much minimum expected SOL, and it will cause significant turmoil issues. In our case, you'll see that this is going to bring our minimum expected for the lower strata up to 8.5 compared to 10.1 SOL. This is pretty good, but if we were to go up to very high, that would be 10.1 SOL with a minimum expected of 10, which is a little bit too close, especially because our SOL would likely drop from higher taxes. So that would be a little bit dangerous. Now, obviously, you're going to want to build as much construction as you can afford. In this case, since our positive balance between investment pool and this is roughly 80K, we can afford roughly 20 construction sectors, because it's roughly one every 4,000, maybe a little bit more or a little bit cheaper than that, but you do have to consider that your prices of construction will be higher after you build them, because you're going to start running like iron shortages and stuff. You don't really want to deficit spend too much until you get laissez-faire, because while we don't have laissez-faire, you'll see our interest rate is like 7.6%.
Despise him in this role.
He lies. He lies entirely. He just lies through his teeth. Straight up is just like, oh, it's the Democrats. Oh, we want to do it. We just don't have the power to. It's like,
Hello and bonjour. It is a sunny September Saturday.
Hello world, it's Vagabond and welcome to Kaliningrad, Russia's most isolated, westernmost and probably one of the most strategically important region. If you look on the map, you'll see that Kaliningrad Oblast does not have land access to the rest of the territory of Russia. So geographically, Kaliningrad is closer to any European country than to the rest of the territory of Russia. For example, it is 1 hour drive from here to Polish border, 1 hour drive to Lithuanian border. In 1946, having won the Second World War, Joseph Stalin, the ruler of the USSR, just decided that he needed some more seaports on Baltic Sea, and that's how he kinda annexed the territory, but at the same time it was finally recognized by the rest of the world. Before becoming a part of Russia, of USSR, it was the territory of Germany. The old name of Kaliningrad was Königsberg, and in 1946, after the attachment of this region to the territory of the USSR, it was named after Mikhail Kalinin, Soviet revolutionary that once was the head of Russia Socialist Republic, which was a state of USSR, which is effectively current Russia. It's actually a very interesting region because it's located literally in Europe. It's surrounded by Europe, surrounded by NATO. So it is not a secret that Kaliningrad was severely damaged during the Second World War. It was bombed, it was shelled by artillery, and therefore when the war ended there was a strong need in reconstruction of the city, and as soon as it was owned by Soviets, they just constructed these kind of simple blocks of flats, and that's why the general appearance of the city does not really differ from the rest of Russia. But some of the historical sites have been preserved in Kaliningrad region, like this gate of former Kaliningrad fortress. I would say that the sites that were preserved can be divided into two categories. The ones that were preserved just by chance, so they were not bombed, they were not damaged during the war. And the second category is the sites that were restored intentionally. There is still a lot of historical architecture in some of the buildings that existed here even before the war. They're still inhabited, but currently they coexist with this newly built stuff and some common blocks. So first thing that does not allow me to say that we are like in the very Europe are sidewalks. To be precise, their condition. Like there is a lot of holes, it's not really maintained, and it's easy to step in this hole at night because the street is barely illuminated, only the left side of the street. So there is quite a lot to do for the development of this area. Another historical site in the center of Kaliningrad, likely that these are also gates, so Kaliningrad fortress, and these are the surrounds of this territory. We can even see some old pavement. It was paved by stones, and then they put the layer of asphalt on it, but asphalt destroyed, unlike stones. If you think that people around on the streets are German, then you're likely to be wrong, because Germans were deported from Königsberg within a couple of years after it was attached to Soviet Union. Probably Soviet administration was worried about the fact that Germans could organize revolution or kind of the rebellion and stay against Soviet power. So they not only deported people, they also tried to get rid of some, like let's say, German names of settlements, of places. They renamed it on some communist or Russian manner. There is a lot of offices that issue Schengen visa in Kaliningrad. For example, this one issues Lithuanian visa because Kaliningrad borders Lithuania, and before the war in Ukraine started, a lot of people just went to Lithuania for shopping. Lithuanians at the same time came to Russia for the same purpose. So it was kind of a mutual exchange of potential customers, which was beneficial both for nearby countries and for Russia as well, those who live in this region. People living in border regions were able to visit Europe more often for educational, business or tourist purposes. For example, this is the next building to the one that issued visas, and it says like go to Europe for work. Like this company provided the whole opportunities to get the job in Europe. There is a piece of tram track that has been preserved, so this line does not really exist anymore, but there is still some tram service in Kaliningrad. And also look at the gauge, it's narrow gauge tram. This lovely place is called Lithuanian Creek. It was a moat, M-O-A-T, of Kaliningrad fortress, so it's a part of the fortress, a part of the fortification that split the fortress with the rest of the territory around. There is also an interesting system of gateways on this Lithuanian Creek. This is one of the gateway. You see, water there is higher than here. I've just discovered that massive wall on the left of the creek is a wall of a bastion, a part of Kaliningrad fortification system that was constructed in the very middle of 19th century, and there is its name probably, Bastion Grolman. What bastion is like a defensive wall of a fortress. So this is the first part of the fortress that experienced an assault. So I thought that it would be too easy to just walk around the bridge, so I decided to literally get across it, following this massive pipe for the water of this creek. So when level of water increases, it starts flowing straight here. A Rose Garden Gate, one of the 8 surviving gates of the city of Kaliningrad, former Königsberg, also built in 19th century. I also noticed that there is a lot of German Mercedeses on the streets of Kaliningrad. The majority of them are age-old, but they still operate on city routes. But some buses are Russian, so there is a gradual replacement of old German stuff going on, but still some interesting examples can be found. I also like the way they paved bus stop. Its pavement is different from the one on the main road. It's paved by stone. There is Kaliningrad tram, Czech Tatra, with the gauge of 1000 millimeters. There are also 2 lakes in Kaliningrad, upper and lower one. There is the panorama on upper lake with pedestrian zone around. Do like the view from here, the embankment. There is a very interesting and very tiny monument in Kaliningrad. There is the Emperor Museum, and on the entrance to this museum is such a tiny figurine which is called Hamlin. Hamlin is a local name of Domovoi, a character of Slavic mythology, which is kind of the spirit that lives at people's home. It's responsible for the peace inside. Do you notice that the number of trees in Kaliningrad are covered with this yellow tape? This tape was designed to deal with chestnut moth. Look, all of these trees are chestnuts and they are hit by moth that eats it somehow. So to deal with it, local authorities decided to somehow save trees by rolling this tape around them, so it's kinda sticky. Kaliningrad is actually a sprawling city. Its population is 500,000 people, and it's gradually increasing, unlike many regions of Russia. So even in 2021, when the majority of Russian cities experienced decrease in population, Kaliningrad, on the other hand, experienced its increase. People from different regions of Russia, particularly from some remote ones in Siberia, maybe some northern territories, come here. Well, obviously a lot of them went here with the purpose of being able to travel to Europe, because it's very close to here, and also having local registration is likely to have an opportunity to easier issue Schengen visas. But who knew what's gonna happen in 2022? Now it doesn't make any sense because Europe is closed, I mean nearby Europe for Kaliningradians. But it's still possible to get both to Poland and Lithuania from here being Russian citizens if you have a residence permit in one of the European Union countries. In this case, Poland, Lithuania and some other countries, they allow the citizens of Russia to enter. Some more gates of the same architecture and some more figurines of homelings. There is actually a family of them in the city. They appeared just 5 years ago, so it was the startup of local artists, and it turned out to be a very successful startup. So they placed these kind of figurines in different parts of the city, and now tourists and locals enjoy them. As a fan of rail transport, I evidently like the fact that they preserved these old tram tracks in different places of the city, because their tram is unique just by the fact that the gauge of the tracks is different from the rest of the country. It definitely would be better if trams separated in this area. Seems to be a local flea market where people sell different kind of stuff. Simple but nice German architecture of the early 20th century. What differs these houses from the rest ones in Russia is tile roof. It's very widespread in Europe that mansards are inhabited, but pretty unusual for the mainland of Russia. Usually between upper floor of the building and its roof there is just empty space, but here they use all of the space they had. This is one of the numerous museums of Kaliningrad. There is the fountain, and in this pond you can find a number of Japanese carps. Look, there they are. Such massive orange and pink fishes. It doesn't look as business center, however it is Kaliningrad business center in the very heart of the city. Pretty much all of the buildings here are so European, particularly this one with such interesting construction on its roof. Let's check this out. Funny fact that this masterpiece of architecture turned out to be the main department of FSB of Kaliningrad region. Most of the street signs are translated to English, so you will not get lost here. Okay, I'm finally having breakfast. Let's taste local food of Kaliningrad. Found such a lovely bistro and ordered this kind of stuff for just $3.5. So I ordered a plate of buckwheat porridge with 2 massive sausages, 4 pancakes with, it's a jam, let's say, cherry compote, and 1 boiled egg. Such a lovely building of Kaliningrad State Technical University, Volkswagen, and blooming flowers. What can be better? It was difficult to notice this one, the third figurine in my collection. There is the girl sitting on snail. It's barely visible from the street. If I didn't point this place on my map, I would definitely miss it. It looks like a Catholic cathedral, but in fact, it used to be an orphanage. Constructed in 1900, it housed 50 orphans. But currently there is the head office of the central bank. Figurine number 4 is just sunbathing, enjoying the sun of Kaliningrad. Well, it's high time to take a local tram. Let's get back to the city center and explore the main sites of Kaliningrad. Okay, I've just bought the ticket. It cost 28 rubles, very cheap. I used this green terminal for that purpose. The tram is pretty noisy. We are at Central Square of Kaliningrad, and behind me is the abandoned building of the House of Soviets. It was supposed to be the administration of Kaliningrad region. Its construction began in Soviet Union and ended with its dissolution. Since then, this building has not been completely constructed and remained in more or less the same condition as it is right now. The construction of House of Soviets began on the ruins of ancient Kaliningrad castle, but to be precise, on the place where used to be the moat of this castle. So there used to be a pretty marshy soil, and nobody knew about it apparently before the construction started, so it didn't make any sense to continue constructing it. And this building was abandoned for more than 30 years, and only 5 days ago, they finally decided to demolish this building and probably construct something different instead of it. I remember that 3 years ago I photographed this building from the exactly same spot, and nothing really changed aside from the construction site that appeared around it. But it's not construction, it's rather say demolition site. We are on the embankment of Pregola River, the main water artery of Kaliningrad. Okay, we are now enjoying Königsberg Cathedral, the most significant preserved building of Königsberg, which was, by the way, largely destroyed in World War II. Its construction was officially completed in 1380. It was a Catholic church until 1544, then it became Lutheran church. It was largely bombed in 1944 and remained destroyed until the dissolution of the USSR. And right next to this cathedral is the memorial grave of Immanuel Kant. He was a German philosopher and one of the Central Enlightenment thinkers, one of the most influential person in modern Western philosophy. And now let's take a look at the district called Fish Village, built up with modern buildings in an architectural style that imitates the architecture of pre-war Königsberg. Until Germany lost control of Königsberg in the Second World War, fishermen lived and traded their catch in the so-called Fish Village, also known as Fish Market. However, the new Fish Village and the old Fish Village have almost nothing in common, as they were located in different places. The new Fish Village is situated east of Kneiphof Island that houses Kaliningrad Cathedral. But actual village of the fishermen was located north of the island, closer to the old town, in the area where the House of Soviets was supposed to be constructed. The modern-day district of Fish Village includes residential and business areas, restaurants, cafes, and a zone for pedestrians on the river embankment. There is also an opportunity to take a boat excursion around Kaliningrad. Some of them even reach its main seaport, so you will be able to see the main sights of the city from water, which is kind of the unique perspective. It's kind of a regular street of Kaliningrad, but on the left you see there is some kind of a hill, and behind this door are either storages of fortification or a shelter that can be used to protect local citizens in case of bombing or stuff. Indeed, behind the door there was a bomb shelter. I even managed to find photos of its inside out. Well, there were some spare parts of a car, pieces of furniture, and some trash. Just found the monument for the friendship of Soviet and Polish nation. Sounds so surreal considering current political attitude of Poland towards Russia and of Russia towards Poland. Having visited the monument, I went to the concert hall of the Kaliningrad Philharmonic, situated in the building of the German Neo-Gothic Church of the Holy Family, built in 1907. Before the Second World War, the church functioned properly. The church was damaged during the war and consequently abandoned for years. In 1980, after a lengthy reconstruction, the Kaliningrad Philharmonic was opened in the church building. After the reconstruction, they installed organ in the church, which makes it a popular destination for listeners of organ music. And now let's have a look at Kaliningrad main railway station, opened in 1929. There is such a massive coat of arms of Soviet Union. We are at the railway station of Kaliningrad. There are 6 platforms, and there is just one platform, number 6. So it was built here to accept trains from Poland, because this track, you see, its cross ties are different, they're metal one, and this is the track on European gauge, 1435 millimeters. This is the broad gauge, 1520 millimeters. Basically, this railway track is no longer in use, but in zeros at the beginning of this century, of 21st century, it was still possible to see some trains arriving to this track. Such an interesting thing in form of the arch is the centralization post of Königsberg Railway, former centralization post. Currently there is a control and measuring point of signaling and communication of Kaliningrad railways. I moved to the very outskirts of Kaliningrad to check one of the abandoned forts. Fort number 8, named after the King Frederick I. It was built in 1882. It was used both during the First and the Second World War. It covered both highway and the railway that led to the Polish city of Elbląg. Okay, I'm entering the fort, so let's see how deep can we get inside. I don't really have a bulb or the light, so not sure if you'll be able to explore it The assault on the fort began on April 7 with artillery shelling and an attack of flamethrowers. The battle was short, and the same day the fort had capitulated. German soldiers surrendered, so Soviet army captured a lot of their ammunition, fuel and supplies. There is another entrance. It looks pretty terrifying. That's why we get inside. There is such an interesting passage that slightly inclined downwards, which means that we go downhill steadily but slowly. At some point, passages are slightly damaged. Actually, the further I go, the more destroyed the passage seems to be. So let's see how deep I'll be able to get. Soon we'll reach the water, most likely. Yeah, we reached the water. There it is, look. So it's obviously better to explore such constructions with powerful flashlight or visit museums where things are illuminated, but this is not the museum, this is the Wild Fort. There are a couple of forts that are maintained in Kaliningrad. I will visit them probably. So before visiting them, I just decided to see how it is like in its natural environment. Fort number 8 was blocked on the first day of the assault on Königsberg on April 6, 1945. The commandant of the fort left the Soviet command's proposal to capitulate without reaction, so Soviet soldiers began the assault on April 7 with artillery shelling and an attack by flamethrowers. The battle for the fort was short, and the fort capitulated on the same day. At that time, 150 German soldiers and officers surrendered, and a number of trophies were captured by Soviet troops as a result of the assault. Traces of artillery shells can still be found on the territory of the fort. This is the hole remained after that. That's incredible. The next morning I went on a short trip to southern areas of Kaliningrad region. I took a bus to the village of Vladimirovo, also known as Tarau. The first mention of Tarau dates back to 1315. In the mid-13th century, a Lutheran church was built here, which was the main purpose of my visit to the village. On January 28, 1945, the village was taken by Soviet troops, and in 1947 it was renamed Vladimirovo. Pavement of one of the streets on the outskirts of the village has been preserved pretty well. So we are approaching the church. There it is. So there is the church of Saint Catherine, constructed in 1350. So after the end of the Second World War, the church remained intact. Later, the organ was dismantled, the bells were thrown down, the tiled roof was broken, as a result of which the church began to deteriorate. In the 1970s, the church was used as a warehouse for storing various chemical fertilizers. In subsequent years, spot repairs of the church was carried out by Russian and German enthusiasts. And in 2010, the church was owned by Russian Orthodox Church. So as a result of conservation, all of the entrances to the church were blocked. There used to be the main entrance, the original ceramic brick. This is a new one. It even sounds differently. I think this is the only view I can get without actually entering the church. So barely visible, but interior is still recognizable. It's probably possible to get inside this church if ask somebody for the keys for the lock. They're probably available in a local museum, but museum is closed at the moment and I only have 15 minutes to explore this church because then I'll need to go to the train and move to a different town. But there's gonna be more churches on our way and I will probably get inside some of them. A number of serious World War II battles happened on this land, and even more local fightings happen here. Like I'm walking this road and it seems that in a couple of seconds a Soviet or, I don't know, a German tank will just appear from the curve. Okay, I made it to the railway platform from where I'm going to take the train to the next town. There is such a lovely German house that is still inhabited. There are only 2 floors. Inside doesn't look so pretty, but And also there is the underground floor. And from here you can enter the gardens, for example. This is the brick with some German mark. Look, interesting one. Здравствуйте. So this is underground floor, which is uninhabited. Most likely it was used for storing some corn, maybe some agricultural stuff.
Finally got to the railway platform, 18 kilometers to Kaliningrad. Such a peaceful area. Would be nice to do some rail finding here. Also, the railway traffic doesn't seem to be super heavy. Wow, it's a $1 train. I mean, the whole route from Kaliningrad to Bagration cost just 80 rubles for close to 30 kilometers. There is a tiny settlement which is used as dachas by local Kaliningradians. Dozens of babushkas left the train here. We are in the town of Bagration, former German name Preußisch Eylau. Its population is 6,500 people. Let's see what's interesting is here. Bagration is the southernmost town of Kaliningrad region. It is located right after the border with Poland, so it's less than 5 kilometers to Polish territory, but there is no border crossing. There is also no railway connection with Poland. In the past, in times of Königsberg, there used to be one. That's why we can't get to Poland, even by train. Actually, this town has very rich history because not only Second and the First World War went through here, but also some Napoleon wars, and there was a famous Battle of Preußisch Eylau. The Battle of Preußisch Eylau took place on February 7, 1807 during the Napoleonic Wars. This battle was part of the War of the Fourth Coalition against Napoleon. The Fourth Anti-French Coalition consisted of Prussia, Russia, Great Britain, Sweden and Saxony. The Battle of Preußisch Eylau was the bloodiest battle of the Fourth Coalition. According to various sources, a total of 30 to 54,000 soldiers died on both sides. As a result, the battle ended in a draw. Well, I found some German constructions on the railway station. I think that it used to be a dispatcher tower or something. This barely visible sign, it's the abbreviation of Preußisch Eylau, German name of the settlement. This building is currently owned by Russian Railways, and it says that this one is for sale. Well, this territory looks pretty German, with some Russian-like modernization. On the outskirts of Bagration, there is a monument dedicated to the Battle of Preußisch Eylau. The Battle of Preußisch Eylau showed that Russia and its allies were resolute in resisting the French advance. This bolstered coalition morale and paved the way for future military actions. There is a German water tower constructed in 1913. I heard that it's still active, although it doesn't seem to be active. Also, this water tower could be used as observation one. Probably from the top it is possible to see the territory of Poland, which is in just 2 kilometers from this place. I'm hearing the sound of drilling, which is a very good sign. It means that something is being reconstructed. Not something, but the castle of Preußisch Eylau, constructed in 13th century. It used to be a warehouse back to Soviet Union. Then this building was abandoned for many years, and just last year, in 2022, it was sold to, let's say, to some private investor who apparently decided to create a hotel or something inside. I switched the location to a tiny town of Gvardeyske, 30 kilometers south of Kaliningrad. Behind me is another German church, the Church of Saint Anna. After the war, it was one of the most well-preserved German churches in Kaliningrad region, and it seems that we are able to get inside as well. Interesting to know that the clocks on this tower show Moscow time, but not local one, so they are 1 hour ahead of real time. It's 12:30 now, but not 1:30.
Фотографии 1000
1930 года это панорама, общий вид кирхи. Алтарной части и вот где мы с вами стоим. Это карта Восточной Пруссии, 1584 год. Здесь мы живем с вами. Первый картограф Восточной Пруссии был Каспар Хейненберг, священник этой кирхи. И делал он ее на дереве в течение 15-20 лет. Это кирхи довоенные нашего Багратионского района, но они утрачены, их не существует. У нас только с того времени две кирхи. Это и во Владимирово, которое вы видели. Доски на чем росписи. Это середина 14 века, 15. Все по-разному говорят.
In the afternoon, I returned to Kaliningrad and continued to explore local attractions. I went to fort number 11, also known as Fort Dönhoff, the only one of the 15 forts in Kaliningrad that has been preserved almost in its original form, because it was not significantly damaged during the Second World War. The system of Königsberg fortifications was built in 70s and 80s of the 19th century to protect the Königsberg castle. The so-called fortification ring totally included 15 forts. The Fort Dönhoff capitulated during the Soviet assault on Königsberg, offering virtually no resistance. After the capture of Königsberg by Soviet troops, Soviets allocated their military base in the fort, and Russian military contingent remained in the fort until the year of 2014. Soon after military left the fort, it was bought by some private investors that turned the fort into the museum. I went on a guided tour around the fort to better understand how the fortifications were exploited. During the excursion, I learned many features of the fortifications construction which worth a separate video. So, if you ever visit Kaliningrad, do not hesitate to visit this fort.
Когда солдат, начиная крутить рукоять, заставлял ход движения центральный боковик. В это время тросовая часть крутилась и помогала вернуть одну чашу вниз с арсенала, а вторую поднять наверх, на третий этаж крепости. За счет этого получалось достичь бесперебойной доставки боеприпасов на третий этаж форта.
After exploring the fort, I went to the Kaliningrad Cathedral to enjoy the sound of largest organ in Russia. Organ music concerts are held in the cathedral every day and attract hundreds of people. When I made it to the cathedral, I realized how popular a tourist destination Kaliningrad actually was. Almost every seat was taken and I could barely find a free bench. Organ music is generally beautiful, but 20 minutes into the concert it started to bore me. Nevertheless, it was a pleasure for me to listen to organ music, because before visiting Kaliningrad I had heard the organ only once, when I by chance ended up at the celebration of Christmas in Munich, Germany.
Alright, it's high time to check grocery prices in Kaliningrad. We are currently in Spar store. This is not the cheapest, but also not the most expensive store. Cheapest kind of apples would cost 80 rubles. There are different kinds of tomato. I guess these ones are local and also the most expensive, 330 rubles per kilo. And there are the cheapest ones for 190. So bottled milk costs approximately 80 to 100 rubles. Packeted milk costs twice less, 44. 59. Cheese would be approximately 800 rubles or 600 with some discounts. Various kind of sausages, price is also different, starting from 200 and up to 470. The cheapest loaf of bread costs 25 rubles or another one for 29.32. 1 kilo meal, 70 rubles. A pack of Italian spaghetti, 450 grams, 100 rubles. Some Russian alternatives are even cheaper for 65 and 75 rubles. They serve rice for 500 grams and an average price of it is 100 rubles. Here we come to tomato sauce. Heinz, world famous one. This big package for 110 rubles. Russian alternative is even cheaper, 75 rubles. Chocolate. This is German one, Ritter Sport, 154, but this one is usually one of the most expensive. These are Milkas, they are cheaper for just 100 and the cheapest one for 70. Alpengold, it's a Russian brand. Here we come to cans. This is a beef can, the big one, 500 grams, 275, so 1 kilo would cost 550. 1.5 liters of water,
60 rubles. There is a lot of energy drinks and iced tea. Well, they're mostly local, but there is the original Coca-Cola. Let's check this out. It's either Serbian or Polish. Yeah, it's produced in Serbia. And this is also Serbian Fanta. 140, 150, slightly expensive, but it's still available in the store, as you can see. There is food for cats. Starts from 20 up to 25 rubles per one package of whiskas, let's say, not even 25, 24. Alcohol prices are so different. I don't know, I think the average would be, let's say, 5, 6, maybe 700 rubles per one bottle of wine. 1 liter of Russian standard vodka, 850. Another early morning in Kaliningrad, 5 a.m. Look at the weather peculiarities. At first glance it seems that there is gonna be a heavy rain from Poland, probably from that side. Hopefully I will not be hit by that. I made it to a tiny village of Chekhova, former German name Unterwangen. There is a lovely German church located nearby, and also some other interesting German constructions that I have already noticed. Noticeable architecture of the private house. Looks like a German architectural style Fachwerk. First, I'd like to pay your attention on this lovely German mill constructed in 1916. It used to operate as a mill, then it was closed for a long time. Upper parts of this construction were abandoned, and on the first floor there were some kind of grocery stores. There is a very nice brick pipe on the backyard of the mill, and also it seems that I found the entrance. Apparently the entrance to the mill itself is closed, and this is kind of the grocery store that used to be here. This electricity construction also looks very interesting. I bet this one was also German, and it's still operating. This village looks less remarkable than previous ones that I visited. People plant vegetables here. I see potato and onions. There is a huge mass grave of Soviet soldiers that died on 26th of January 1945 fighting for this village with Germans. It's just incredible how many of them died at just one day. Well, yeah, they managed to get this village. Back then it was called Unterwangen, it had German name. 2 years later, in 1947, it was renamed into Chekhova, being named after famous Russian writer Anton Chekhov. This is the memorial to the victims of that fighting, of that battle. There used to be a local school. It was opened in 1897 and closed in 2007. But according to the current state of the building, it's hard to imagine that just 15 years ago it was operational. And here is the local church that was constructed in 14th century. It survived the Second World War, was barely damaged. But then, in the 80s of 20th century, it was intentionally destroyed by locals. I don't know why, because of the anti-religious ideology in Soviet Union, or just because of lack of the construction materials, because I heard that locals actively used bricks that were used in the construction of this church for their personal use. There must have been cemetery near the church, but it disappeared. This is a part of the grave, probably. Yeah, that's an extremely powerful and well-protected wall. Just took a bus to another nearby village and found such an incredible bus stop designed in mosaic. So it must be Soviet mosaic. I moved to the long-suffering village of Domnovo. I've called it long-suffering because over its long history it was destroyed and rebuilt several times under different circumstances. The first settlement on the site of the modern settlement of Domnovo, in German Domnau, appeared in 1249 during the era of the Knights of the Teutonic Order. For the first 2 centuries of its existence, the settlement gradually developed and acquired the features of a medieval town. In 1458, during the war between the Teutonic Order and the Prussian Union, Domnau was captured and completely burned. Then, in 1520, Domnau was captured again and burnt by the Poles during the Polish-Teutonic War. The city was restored and inhabited by the second half of the 16th century. In 1571, a severe fire destroyed the entire city along with the castle and church. Fires also raged in Domnau in 1659, 1681 and 1776. During the fighting of the First World War, Domnau was destroyed by 65%, but reconstructed in 2 years. The last time the village suffered serious damage was the Second World War, when it was captured by the Soviet army on January 30, 1945. After the war, the German population of Domnau was deported to Germany. Germans were replaced by settlers from the USSR, but the population of the modern-day Domnava has never reached pre-war levels.
That's the first time I see this kind of ads in Kaliningrad townships. They try to encourage local male population to join Russian army. It would be more exciting to sneak into the church with the preserved decoration on walls with some interior, but it's barely possible in this area, I think. It seems that the majority of churches are in this condition, that they are either completely dilapidated, ruined, or just empty inside. It's likely that one day this church will be reconstructed, but at the moment it's just like bare walls. Oh look, it seems that I found the way up. Let's see how far we can get following the staircase. Wow, this is the next floor of the church. Oh yeah, that is the maximum. Look. I think I will try to hitchhike to the next town. The distance is fairly short, so I will definitely catch the ride. There is such a lovely road surrounded by trees, and trees are marked with this reflecting yellow light to drive through at night. Welcome to the lovely town of Pravdinsk. There are several places of interest I'm going to visit. I didn't really expect to find it, but this is the German fire hydrant. It's also active, so it can be used even now. Waldenburg Armaturer Fabrik. I think the architecture of water towers in Kaliningrad region is as remarkable as the architecture of German churches. This one was constructed in 1924 and it was in use until 2012. It would be a very nice tourist attraction with the panoramic viewpoint, but for some reasons it's not in use at all right now. There is pretty unremarkable Soviet house of culture, but what is remarkable in this construction is this lovely Soviet mosaic. The composition consists of mosaic panels and 3 figures of women symbolizing literature, music and painting. I've almost missed 2 important details of this mosaic. The first one on the left depicts the Battle of Friedland, and this part on the right shows new Soviet settlers. Apparently in the past this museum was often visited not only by locals and Russian tourists, but also by German and Polish ones, according to the sign in 3 languages: Russian, German and Polish. German kindergarten with the spire in the middle is still working. There's also the memorial to dead Russian soldiers who died during Friedland battle. Friedland is the German name of this town of Pravdinsk. This was the part of Napoleon Wars. The monument is still here. The fortified city of Friedland was founded in 1312 on the site of an old Prussian settlement. This place is known for a Friedland battle that took place on June 14, 1807 between Russian and French armies during the War of the Fourth Coalition. During this war, Russia tried to protect its ally Prussia. Before the Battle of Friedland, Napoleon failed to defeat the Russian army, but near Friedland the Russian army was forced to retreat, losing from 10 to 25,000 people. The Battle of Friedland led to the conclusion of treaties of Tilsit that I will describe a bit later in the video. The main attraction of Pravdinsk is the St. George Church, founded in 1313. At first it was a Catholic, later a Protestant church, and in 1990 the church was assigned to the Russian Orthodox Church. Today it is one of the largest operating churches in the Kaliningrad region. The church's bell tower offers panoramic views of the city.
By the way, officers of the Russian army monitored the progress of the Battle of Friedland from exactly same point on the bell tower.
But in the previous village that I visited, I saw the church. You remember the one that was empty inside, but these numerous wooden balks. So that was just the structure of the church. By the way, the bell was made in 1729, so 300 years ago. I'm continuing exploring Kaliningrad region, and it seems that I have found the most peculiar church of Königsberg. But to be precise, the ruins of the church, because that's it, it's just the bell tower, and the rest of the church just does not exist anymore. Currently the population of this village roughly exceeds, I don't know, 20 people, maybe even less. In the past the population of this place was 300 people. Here used to be the narrow gauge railway that was running to Pravdinsk, the town from where I come here. The church was the cultural center of the settlement, but after the war, during the Soviets, it was dismantled. Likely that locals used the bricks from this church as construction materials here, maybe in some other nearby villages. Okay, let's check the theoretical possibility of climbing on top from the inside. No, it's completely impossible. Just look how bad this building is. We are entering another German corner, or maybe not entering because it's closed, but according to the appearance of this building, I doubt that somebody lives here. Maybe only from this side. Well, in some places of Kaliningrad region, hitchhiking works pretty well. That was the third time in a row when I hitched the first car. Now I'm heading towards the next interesting spot. This is one of the 4 hydroelectric power plants of the town of Pravdinsk. Despite such a significant amount of hydroelectric power stations, they're pretty small. This is the river that is called Lava. It originates in Poland and flows across Kaliningrad region. This power plant is considered abandoned, which means that it does not produce electricity. It only creates an artificial obstacle on the way of water of this river. And that's it. I switched the location, took another bus and ended up in the town of Железнодорожный, which might be translated as railway town. So there is the railway that runs to Poland, and probably this town was named after it. But I'm not here for the purpose of telling you about the railway. I'm here to show you the town itself, because this is one of the most actively renovated town in Kaliningrad region, and currently this is the town of contrast because of it. Prior to the active renovation, it was one of the most dilapidated places in the region. That's why we see what we see. Completely restored, wonderful villas coexist with these ruins. It's kind of an interesting situation. Soon these ruins will be turned into these lovely villas, but this process is still going on. It's gonna take probably some years to completely restore the whole town. This is old Ratusha, so old town hall of the city. So they're planning to create some kind of the hotel here, and it must be a very expensive hotel. It's also very close to Polish border, so technically when borders are open, it would be easy for Polish people to come here, or for those Russians who go to Poland. It's a very nice location. It has a great potential. I hope the renovation will finally be completed. Accidentally found German Memorial Cemetery. It's quite unremarkable comparing to Soviet and Russian ones. German church of Железнодорожный was built in the same period as the previous churches that I have already shown you. In 14th century, in Soviet Union, it wasn't used as a church. There was a storage of some goods, then it was a house of culture.
醒？刚睡醒？你干嘛呢？你在哪儿呢？我去看看你呗，我就在你们当面。
If you were standing at the mouth of the Tijuana River over 100 years ago, you wouldn't have seen danger, you would have seen life. A winding stream lined with reeds, families fishing, children swimming, and thousands of birds filling the estuary as they migrate. But today, this same waterway has become one of the most polluted in the Western Hemisphere. So toxic, it's closed beaches for years, sickened Navy SEALs, and left entire communities fighting just to breathe. It's happening right here on the US-Mexico border, where one river defies treaties, walls, governments, crossing as if the border didn't exist. For more than a century, the Tijuana River has been both a lifeline and a liability, shaping lives from the Kumeyaay people to modern surfers, sparking international treaties, billion-dollar lawsuits, and even calls for national security intervention. Some solutions have been attempted, others abandoned, but the crisis refuses to go away. Welcome to Voyager, I'm Armando, and today we're diving into the turbulent history of America's most hazardous border river. By the end of this story, you'll never look at the Pacific coast or the idea of a border river the same way again. Let's get into it. Imagine Southern California and Northern Baja millions of years ago, a time when the Tijuana River Valley didn't yet exist. Tectonic forces along faults such as the Rose Canyon and other nearby fault systems gradually lifted the land, folding and fracturing it into dramatic ranges and canyons that cradled the present-day river. As the land rose, ancient streams began flowing westward, slowly carving valleys that eventually merged into the winding course of the modern Tijuana River. Roughly 10,000 years ago, rising seas flooded the valleys, creating a broad estuary where tides and fresh water mixed, nurturing marshes rich with birds and marine life. This estuary, shaped by water and time, would eventually become the center of one of North America's most bitter environmental battles. The same forces that form the valley set the stage for centuries of conflict over who controls it and who pays the price when the river turns dangerous. Long before maps drew borders, the Tijuana River was the lifeline of the Kumeyaay people. For thousands of years, they lived in rhythm with its flow, building villages near its banks, hunting across the valleys, and gathering reeds in the estuary. Archaeological evidence still marks their presence. Stone tools shaped by hand, pictographs on rock shelters, where ceremonies connected community and land. For the Kumeyaay, this was the heart of their world. The Tijuana Estuary was something remarkable, the largest remaining coastal wetland in Southern California. This is a vital refuge for wildlife on both sides of the border. But how did the river that once sustained one of North America's oldest cultures become one of its most contested waterways? The answer begins in 1769, when Spanish soldiers and missionaries led by Gaspar de Portola and Father Junipero Serra arrived. They founded Mission San Diego de Alcala to serve Spain's colonial ambitions. By the early 1800s, under Mexican rule, the river valley was divided into sprawling ranchos. One of the largest was Rancho Tia Juana, granted to Santiago Arguello, a soldier distinguished in the Mexican army. The name Tia Juana most likely comes from the Kumeyaay word Tijuan, meaning by the sea. From here, the name evolved into Tijuana, linking the city to the river. Picture it then, adobe ranch houses, vaqueros driving cattle across the floodplain, and the river winding through the land, rich with centuries of human history. These early chapters set the stage for everything to come: conflict, adaptation, and the enduring struggle over who the river truly belongs to.
If you're enjoying the video or learned something new so far, please give the video a thumbs up. It really helps the channel. Now back to the Tijuana River.
In 1848, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo ended the Mexican-American War and redrew the Western map. With a stroke of a pen, an invisible line split the Tijuana River, dividing one watershed between two nations. Families who'd lived along the banks for generations suddenly found themselves on opposite sides of the border. By 1889, the two countries created the International Boundary Commission to manage disputes and shared resources, an early acknowledgement that this river could not be managed by just one country alone. When the Mexican Revolution erupted between 1910 and 1920, Tijuana transformed almost overnight. Refugees, revolutionaries, and opportunity seekers crowded in, and the quiet border town rapidly grew into a city. Growth quickly outpaced infrastructure, and the river carried the first warning signs of crisis. Then came Prohibition. While liquor was banned in the north, Tijuana became a magnet for nightlife, casinos, cantinas, and cabarets buzzing with visitors. The Agua Caliente Casino hosted Hollywood stars like Charlie Chaplin and Bing Crosby, and tales of Al Capone crossing the border added to the city's allure. By 1928, Tijuana's earliest sewage system, built for a few hundred residents, was quickly overwhelmed as tens of thousands arrived. But the river darkened with pollution. In 1934, American officials ordered the International Boundary Commission to investigate the growing cross-border sewage problem. A year later, Tijuana built a septic tank meant for 5,000 people, but the city's population was already more than double that. The same year, American farmers discovered their irrigation water was contaminated. Imagine being in San Diego, watering crops, and learning that your supply was tainted with sewage from just across the border. The Tijuana River had shifted from a border stream to a public health hazard, and that was just the beginning of a century-long struggle marked by conflict, neglect, and uneasy cooperation. By the late 1930s, the problem couldn't be ignored. In 1937 and 1938, the United States and Mexico launched one of the world's first international sewage projects. With World War II underway, San Diego emerged as a major Navy and Marine Corps center. Imperial Beach hosted troops training for the Pacific, and the Tijuana River, it was now a public health and safety concern for military operations in the region. In 1944, mounting urgency led to the U.S.-Mexico Water Treaty, which created the International Boundary and Water Commission. Every spill and controversy since then has been measured through its oversight. By the 1950s, untreated sewage in Tijuana was piped directly to the Pacific at Punta Bandera, moving waste out of the riverbed but polluting coastal waters. In 1959, the stench reached San Diego. Lawmakers demanded action, and county health officials shut down every beach from the border to Imperial Beach. Families who had long fished and swam here suddenly lost their shoreline overnight. The 1960s brought an emergency fix. Pipelines linking Tijuana to the Point Loma treatment plant in San Diego bought time but solved little. And meanwhile, surf culture flourished along polluted shores. Imperial Beach's powerful break at the slows drew surfers, sometimes sharing waves with dolphins or sewage. Despite rashes or infections and illness, locals kept riding. For them, the ocean became a front line in the ongoing battle between nature, politics, and survival. In 1972, the United States passed the Clean Water Act, aiming to restore and protect rivers and streams nationwide. But the Tijuana River crossed an international border, highlighting that regulations on one side couldn't control pollution from the other. By the 1980s, engineers implemented new fixes, such as the Goat Canyon diversion, intended to trap sediment and debris from Tijuana's hills. Yet untreated sewage continued to spill into the river. A turning point came in 1983. Historically, the river flowed only after winter rains, but that year, it began running year-round, but with raw sewage. When floods hit in 1985, sewage-laden water swept through the farmland and neighborhoods, destroying crops, contaminating wells, and making families question the future of their health and homes. The crisis reached a breaking point. Local media exposed the horrifying history of the river. In 1982, the Tijuana River National Estuarine Research Reserve was established, formally recognizing the estuary as both a fragile ecosystem and a polluted floodplain at ongoing risk. And the 1990s saw the situation worsen. NAFTA spurred Tijuana's industrial boom, bringing more factories, more sewage, and more chemicals into the watershed. Economic prosperity upstream often meant sickness downstream. In response, the US and Mexico launched the North American Development Bank to fund border infrastructure, but pollution continued to outpace solutions. By 1997, the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant opened, built to treat 25 million gallons a day. But the plant was undersized from the outset. Sewage flows kept growing, beaches remained closed, and the Tijuana River showed that a lasting solution was still out of reach. By the 2000s, decades of interaction sparked a new wave of grassroots activism. Serge Dedina, who grew up surfing the polluted waves of Imperial Beach, co-founded Wild Coast and became a leading voice in framing the river's pollution as both an environmental disaster and a social justice crisis. His mix of surfer grit and political ability made him influential both in the water and in local government. In 2001, Paloma Aguirre moved to Imperial Beach. Her bond with the sea soon turned into a drive to fight for clean water, blending with Dedina's ongoing campaign, drawing national attention and establishing the crisis as a public health and human rights issue. By 2008, engineers constructed sediment basins in Goat Canyon to trap debris, but sewage continued to flow through the watershed. And by 2012, the Tijuana River mouth was named a marine protected area, although protections on paper did little to stop ongoing pollution. The Tijuana River was an environmental issue and a battle for survival along California's southern coast. In 2018, Imperial Beach took a bold step by joining a landmark lawsuit against the United States government, arguing that federal agencies had failed to protect its residents from the ongoing flow of sewage crossing the border. It was a David versus Goliath moment. A small city joined by environmental groups, Chula Vista, and the Port of San Diego, standing up to Washington over what had become a true regional crisis. Around this time, reports surfaced of Navy SEALs training in Coronado and Border Patrol agents in the Tijuana River Valley falling ill. The Naval Special Warfare Center documented 1,168 cases of acute gastrointestinal illness among SEALs and candidate trainees. Border Patrol agents reported rashes, respiratory issues, and stomach illness related to river exposure. It was a local environmental issue that had become a national security concern. By 2019, the city of San Diego had joined the legal fight, escalating pressure on federal agencies. Then in 2020, the pandemic exposed deep health disparities in border communities. Imperial Beach faced near constant beach closures due to contamination. For residents and local small businesses, the fight had shifted from occasional pollution events to a battle for their way of life. In 2022, Paloma Aguirre was elected Imperial Beach's first Latina mayor. Her journey from bodyboarder to scientist to policymaker carried the hopes of residents who had watched their shoreline poisoned for generations. That same year, the United States and Mexico signed Treaty Minute 328, pledging major new investment in infrastructure to address the water waste crisis. But just as leaders celebrated, scientists announced a chilling discovery. Pollution from the Tijuana River wasn't only in the water, it was also in the air. Research showed sewage particles and bacteria carried by wind and breaking waves drifting into neighborhoods and schools. People didn't need to step into the ocean to be exposed. The crisis was in the air. By 2023, San Diego coastkeeper joined the fight with fresh momentum, but the numbers told a grim story. Imperial Beach surpassed 1,000 consecutive days of beach closures, with over 31 billion gallons of sewage-tainted water flowing in every single year. By 2024, San Diego coastkeeper responded with a lawsuit citing over 500 Clean Water Act violations at the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant, revealing hundreds of illegal discharges of sewage and toxic chemicals. Disasters soon piled up. Between June and September 2024, nearly 59 million gallons of sewage poured from a failed surge tank. And weeks later, another 3.4 million spilled when Smuggler's Gulch went offline. By January 2025, a broken valve released 4.2 million more, a sign of a collapsing system. And in April, the river was elevated to the number 2 most endangered in America. Mexico moved to restore the San Antonio de los Buenos treatment plant at Punta Bandera. EPA Director Lee Zeldin pledged expanded treatment within 100 days. And in June, Congressman Peters secured $650 million in U.S. House border cleanup funding. Officials from both countries vowed to end the crisis by 2027. The story of the Tijuana River is one of pollution, politics, but most importantly, people. Families who lost their beaches, surfers who paddled out knowing the risk, activists who refused to stay silent, and communities who never stopped fighting. If you found this video meaningful, please give the video a thumbs up and subscribe for more journeys into the hidden histories of Southern California and beyond. I appreciate you spending your time here with me today, and I hope it inspires you to look a little closer at the places around you. For a list of foundations that support the Tijuana River and estuary, please see the video description below. And to continue exploring, click right here, and I'll see you in the next video.
The NFL is currently made up of 32 different franchises. But did you know over 75 have existed in league history? We're turning back the gridiron clock. It's the official evolution of the NFL, 100 years in the making. The NFL was born in 1920, known originally as the American Professional Football Association. It started with 14 teams, 12 of them clumped together in the Midwest, 2 others playing in New York.
And in order to join this group, you had to put up $100 for a franchise.
You'll notice many of the early franchises didn't even have official team logos. That's because teams were so informal back then, they just didn't even create them.
Jim Thorpe was unanimously elected president because of the name recognition that he could garner for this National Pro Football League.
Of the 14 original teams, only 2 would stick around to celebrate the league's 100th anniversary. The Decatur Staleys, known today as the Chicago Bears, and the oldest team in the NFL, the Chicago Cardinals, who have since built their nest in Arizona.
The story behind the Cardinals name really goes back to Chris O'Brien when he purchased the uniforms that the Cardinals were going to wear. He purchased them from the Chicago Maroons, and they were faded, and somebody referred to the jerseys as maroon color, and he said, those aren't maroon, that's cardinal red, and that Cardinal name stuck.
While those 2 franchises are the oldest in the game, they did not win the league's first ever title. That distinction belongs to the Akron Pros, who finished that inaugural season undefeated at 8-0-3. Yes, 3 ties. The Pros weren't just the league's first champions either. They were also the first team in the league to break the color barrier.
The Akron Pros are one of those teams that are lost to history, but Fritz Pollard was both a player and a coach for that Akron Pros team.
And since diamond-filled Super Bowl rings were clearly not the rage just yet, all the Pros players received this tiny gold football pendant for their efforts. The Pros were also the first and last recipients of the league's championship trophy, known as the Brunswick-Balke Colander Cup, which to this day represents one of the greatest mysteries in NFL lore. It was lost after that first season, and this is the only known picture of it. Following the league's first year, 2 teams renamed themselves and 1 moved. The Decatur Staleys, setting up shop in Chicago and winning their first ever championship while they were at it. The Chicago Tigers, meanwhile, folded, but 8 new teams joined. The league was now up to 21 teams, all still located in Midwestern and Eastern states. Several of the new additions didn't last long. The Tonawanda Cardex holding the ultimate one-hit wonder crown, playing just 1 league game, thereby making it the shortest-lived franchise in NFL history. The Dexys Midnight Runners of teams. The Green Bay Packers, however, would stick around, cementing itself as one of the most storied franchises in the league.
In Green Bay, Wisconsin, a team was founded with $500 put up by a meatpacking company. They became known as the Packers.
The Green Bay Packers were one of those first teams that stadium was constructed with football as its main sport being played in it.
No other
Hitting a baseball out of a stadium is the ultimate mark of pure power. It's saying to the other team, you cannot contain me. Did you know home runs completely out of the stadium have only happened at 1/3 of MLB ballparks? I found all of those and then used math and science to determine the best distance and placement to hit a ball out of every MLB stadium, ultimately discovering which one is the hardest, if not impossible. And all of that is coming up right after this. I just spent the weekend of my life in Nashville, Tennessee, and let me tell you, and a ball hits you in the back. That counts, but home runs onto Utah Street don't. I hope you get what I mean. Let's get into it. Already done. Fenway Park is the easiest on this list, as the short fence in left field is only 315 from home and the Green Monster is 37 feet high, and you just have to get it over the tiered seating to send it out of the stadium. Been done plenty of times. Wrigley isn't as close distance-wise, but on days when the wind is blowing out, putting a ball onto Waveland Avenue, only 420 feet from home, is a common occurrence. Like when Glen Allen Hill put it onto these rooftops out here. Then there is Oracle Park, where there have been 161 balls hit into McCovey Cove, 106 done by the home team. 375 feet is about the shortest poke you would need to get a splash hit. According to Google, PNC Park has seen 83 balls fly into the Allegheny River, most recently by O'Neill Cruz, who crushed this baseball at a 122-mile-an-hour exit velocity. Now remember that number for later. It's a minimum 456-foot shot to the river at PNC. Now it's getting a little bit tougher. Dodger Stadium has seen 6 balls fly out of the park, the most recent by Fernando Tatis Jr. in 2021. That home run was 467 feet. Daikin Park has had a few leave the stadium, most recently when Jorge Soler did it in the freaking World Series in 2021. That ball went 446 feet. I don't have total counts for Daikin, but I know of at least one other leaving the yard. Jose Altuve did it. Only 2 players have ever hit it out of Great American Ballpark, Juan Francisco and Adam Dunn, famously crushing a 535-foot blast into the Ohio River in 2004. Francisco's was in 2011 and landed on Mering Way in a tree beyond the right field stands. Now, I could only find one example of someone maybe hitting it out of Progressive Field. That was Jim Tomei in 1999 with a 511-foot shot that might have rolled out of the park, and we can't know for sure. In 2016, Miggy absolutely crushed this ball at Comerica Park. It was at least 500 feet and looks like it rolled onto East Adams Avenue behind the ballpark. Was there nothing Miguel Cabrera could not do? And at the end of the already done list, we have one that I did not expect. Originally, I assumed that you had to hit it over the roof trusses at American Family Field to get it out of the stadium, which is 435 feet from home and 200 feet up, requiring a 575-foot home run. But in 2015, Ryan Braun hit one that cleared the pavilions in left and got out of the park because these areas are actually open. AmFam isn't technically a dome. This went 474 feet, and it's the only example I could find of a ball leaving American Family Field, aka Miller Park. Good old Ryan Braun, powered by steroids. Just like everyone else, but they didn't get guys fired for that. Okay, that's it for confirmed out of the stadium shots. Now things get super interesting. 2025 is a unique season because it's the first one since 1998 that a home run can be completely hit out of every stadium. That's because of hurricane damage. Tropicana Field, a dome, was temporarily replaced by George M. Steinbrenner Field. Along with Sutter Health Ballpark in Sacramento, both parks are really minor league parks that are much easier to take it out of. At Steinbrenner, it only takes about 430 feet in this gap in center, and it's out of the stadium. At Sutter, a 467-foot shot between these two buildings would technically leave the stadium and go into this parking lot back here. I mean, neither of these stadiums should even count, to be honest. They're temporary venues. What does it take to hit it out of the ballparks that have never had it been done at before? No website or anyone else for that matter I could find has done the work you're about to see. Thankfully, with both Google Earth and a website I found called Baseball Flight Simulator, I was able to make very good estimates on what would it take to hit baseballs clear out of this stadium. And it led to the most difficult stadium to take it out of in the bigs.
All right, this is our first field that it could be possible to hit it out of, and it's Target Field. And if you look from the air, there doesn't seem to be many areas that are possible. What I found to be the easiest place to take it out of Target Field is this little gap right here, right down the left field line. Let's see what it would take to do that. It's gonna only be about 426 feet, but the elevation, we're looking at about 40 feet of elevation here. And so if we take it over to Baseball Flight Simulator, but if I line up the two bases in a vertical alignment, I can get the exact horizontal pathway. If you set the distance to 422 and then measure back to find the elevation, where this ball is going to cross over and hit that spot and then go into the street is right about here. It's going to take an exit velo of 116 and a launch angle of 35 right into this specific area, which is not impossible, but very difficult. Here we have Busch Stadium, and there's a lot of contained areas here. The most likely place to take it completely out is right here. And so the distance to the street, it's gonna be about 400. This is Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. It's gonna be nearly impossible to take it over both the fence, the batter's eye, this area here, the center field pavilion. Probably dead center would be the way to go here. You're looking at 539 to the street. Just to get there, you would need 148 exit velocity at a 28-degree launch angle for a total distance of 591. Next, we have the dumbest named field in all of MLB. That's Rate Field. The Rogers Center in Toronto. Now, what's interesting about this is when the roof is open, a significant portion of the roof actually is in the field of play, but it's so high up that it's nearly impossible to hit it out. It's somewhat possible to hit it out of the stadium. Like a ball that was maybe launched with, say, a cannon or something could. When you look at pictures like this, like you'd have to hit it up over this, right down the line like Jose Canseco did, but up over this structure. Now the total distance isn't that far, but it's gonna have to go almost straight up. And the height of the roof at its lowest point is 280 feet. You're telling me you're just gonna hit it 280 feet here in fair territory? Yeah, in order to get it out, that way, right down the line. It'd basically have to go straight up and straight down like one of those crazy roller coasters. And I calculated at a 220 mile an hour exit velo with a launch angle of 40 degrees. So there you have it. Is the most difficult place to hit it out of. Like, just look at that. Like, no way.
Well, I hope you enjoyed this video. I certainly enjoyed making it. I hope you subscribe for more interesting
It's a still clear night on Scotland's Bute Sound. 3 trawlers can be seen fishing the bay. They occasionally pass each other as they drag their nets along the deep trench below. The captains keep a close watch on the waters ahead, while the deckhands work hard manning the gear. Unbeknownst to the crews on the surface, a series of events have begun to unfold beneath them, and for one of these boats, a simple turn of the wheel could spell disaster. This is the story of the Antares. Loch Ewe, Scotland. The HMS Trenchant is a nuclear-powered Trafalgar-class submarine, measuring 82 metres in length and crewed by 120 personnel. It's a grey, overcast day as 6 trainees and their commanding officer prepare to board. These men are candidates of the Royal Navy's infamous Perisher course, a 24-week programme designed to assess their ability to command a submarine. Known for its grueling demands, it's considered one of the toughest command courses in the world. The commanding officer of the course has over 18 years of experience on such vessels. At 41 years old, it marks 10 years since he completed his own Perisher course in 1980. Once aboard, the Trenchant proceeds to a designated exercise zone between Scotland and the Faroe Islands. Here she spends the next 4 days running a myriad of simulations and navigation drills, testing the trainees to their maximum. It's 11 p.m. In the small fishing village of Carradale, the crew of the trawler Antares are preparing for a 5-day trip. They pack the vessel with supplies before casting off into the night. Their destination lies northeast of the island of Arran, to the deep trench of the Bute Sound, a well-known fishing ground and one they have visited many times before. The Antares is a wooden trawler built in 1965. She's 57 feet long, with a crew of 4 on board. The skipper is 36 years old, with years of fishing under his belt. He purchased the Antares 3 years prior and fished continuously during this time. Tonight was just another routine trip for him and his 3 crew. 2 other trawlers, the Heroine from Troon and Hercules from Ayr, are also fishing in the area. Over the following days, the vessels come in and out of visual and radio contact as they pass in close proximity. The Antares moves to other grounds on occasion, but returns to do most of her fishing in the trench. On the evening of November 21st, conditions were excellent. Light winds, 8-mile visibility, and an air temperature of 11 degrees Celsius. The Antares briefly calls to the port of Largs to offload her catch, before swiftly departing once again. At 5:30 p.m. that evening, she arrives back in the southern end of the Bute Sound, where the crew shoot their fishing lines and begin towing in a northwesterly direction. Ahead of them in the dark, the crew see the Heroine also travelling to the northwest. The captain of the Antares picks up the VHF radio. He informs the Heroine's captain that he plans to rest below deck for a short time, while another crew member takes control of the vessel. The 2 men speak a little longer before they sign off with an over and out. By this time, the Trenchant had completed the first phase of her exercise in the North Sea and had headed back towards the south. The course had begun to take its toll, and the 6-man team was now reduced to 4. The vessel made her way to the Clyde training area, now accompanied by the surface ship Charybdis. From here, her movements are recorded in detail within the ship's log. At 11:30 p.m, the Trenchant's crew was tasked with a dummy mine-laying exercise in the nearby Hunterson Channel. The Charybdis was to act as an opposing force, while the Trenchant made a series of evasive manoeuvres to avoid detection. A technically demanding exercise in a narrow body of water. Upon completion, both vessels exit the channel to practice dummy attack scenarios in open water. At 1:31 a.m, the Trenchant moves to periscope depth in order to spot the Charybdis while on a mock torpedo run. The duty captain carefully scans the entire area and reports only seeing the naval vessel and no other ships. The exercise continues for a further 30 minutes until at 2 a.m. it is deemed complete. The Trenchant resubmerges to 60 metres and sets a northwesterly course towards the end of Arran at a steady speed of 6 knots. At this point, the course leader and ship's captain retired to the wardroom to discuss the candidate's performance, while the duty captain hands over command to a trainee. The Heroine, now towing northwest, passes the Antares, which is headed in a southeasterly direction. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Heroine's watchkeeper glances back. He notices the Antares turning to starboard, coming back to a northwesterly tow. All looks to be normal as he holds his gaze for a short while, unaware of what's to come. At 2 a.m, the crews of the Heroine and Hercules communicate via VHF. They note that the Antares is no longer visible by eye or on radar, but they assume she's moved to another area, so no alarm is raised, and both vessels continue fishing. Below the surface, the Trenchant's duty captain makes a course alteration to 315 degrees true north. Instantly, war contacts appear on the sonar. These are designated as M1, 3, 5 and 45. M1 was identified as the Charybdis, now departing the area. Contact 5 is classified as a fishing vessel. Its signal was growing louder and her course was shifting rapidly. The passive sonar didn't provide an exact range, but at 35 decibels it was all of a sudden alarmingly close. The trainee captain ordered a sharp turn to port. As the submarine's bow swung through the water, the sonar operator reported Contact 5 was now closing distance rapidly and was well within the required 2,000-yard exclusion zone. The duty captain eases the rudder, hoping to reduce the rate of approach, but it was too late. At 2:19 a.m, the submarine shudders as a series of loud bangs echo through the control room. The sonar controller immediately reports a trawl snag. The submarine's engines are stopped as trawl wires scrape along the metal hull of the Trenchant. The sonar operators could hear strange disturbances through their headsets. Among them, the sound of a propeller spinning up. The course leader rushes back to the control room and among the chaos, retakes command of the Trenchant. For the 4 men aboard the Antares, the moments that follow were filled with terror and confusion. All is normal until, without warning, their trawl wires are suddenly wrenched taut. The vessel lists sharply, throwing the crew off balance as the trawler was pulled backwards through the water. The violent force of the submarine dragging the gear caused the Antares to roll onto its starboard side. Within seconds, water floods into the open wheelhouse as the vessel begins to submerge into the cold, dark sea. The skipper and a crew member fight to escape. With no time to send out a mayday, the last-ditch effort is made to power up the engines and break free of the snag. They then try to pry open the windows of the wheelhouse as the chaos of rushing water consumes the boat. But unfortunately, it's too late. The Antares disappears below the surface, with all 4 crew still on board. A short while later, the Trenchant raises the periscope depth. The captain carefully scans the waters and sees 2 trawlers fishing as normal. All else is calm and as it should be. He radios the Charybdis, whose captain confirms that no alarms have been raised. Still concerned, the captain makes the order to surface for a full inspection. The crew quickly finds lengths of steel wire and chain tangled around the submarine's tower. But with no signs of distress on the surface, the incident is not fully realised. The Trenchant's captain takes some time to think. All indications show that no vessels in the area are in trouble. At 3:15 AM, he radios a report to the operations room at Fast Lane. The radio operators did not hear any distress calls either, so the decision was made to continue with the exercise. 6 hours later, word of a potential incident has grown. By 9 AM, the alarm is officially raised as reports of surface debris are now being spotted by ships in the area. A helicopter crew is dispatched and quickly finds the telltale signs of an accident. Fish boxes and oil can be seen from the air. At this point, the full realization of what has happened begins to take hold, and a coordinated search and rescue effort takes place. After a day of searching, the RMAS Toreador identifies a wreck on the sea floor. She's sitting at 150 meters deep, facing in a northeasterly direction, and lying on her starboard side. Given the depth, a team of saturation divers are sent to investigate, and it's soon confirmed that the wreck is the Antares. Over the following weeks, the wreck is slowly resurfaced, and once dry, the vessel was found to be largely undamaged. The electrical equipment had succumbed to the salt water, but the hull and main structure of the boat were largely intact. While the ship's investigation continued, a wider search was underway to find the fourth and final crew member. Despite having an accurate location as to where the incident took place, the retrieval of the body was unfortunately unsuccessful for a number of months. The collision was attributed to failings in the Trenchant's watchkeeping and situational awareness. The command team was unaware that the single sonar contact was in fact two vessels. The Royal Navy standing orders, at the time, required submarines to remain clear of fishing vessels with a minimum separation distance of 2,000 yards. Additionally, the standing orders set out by the captain of the Trenchant specified that he was to be called if the submarine found itself within 4,000 yards of a surface contact. As a result of this incident, a number of changes were made to the Royal Navy's directorate. These include a mandatory 3,000 yard separation distance between submarines and fishing vessels, as well as a requirement for submarines to surface when not on duty, and for the surface vessels to be present during training exercises. For the crew and family of the Antares, this was unfortunately all too late. Her wreck would spend the next 18 years on display in the Scottish Maritime Museum in Irvine, until finally being dismantled in 2008. Today, the pier at Carradale is still busy with boats. Crews prepare their nets, and trawlers hang from their ropes. But as you look east towards the island of Arran, a plaque clings to the seawall, a final tribute to the Antares and her 4 crew.
Lost in a flooded Turkish gorge, freezing, starving, and with no cell signal, David Mackey and his friends were trapped. One by one, their bodies began to shut down. Then things got worse. In this part of the world, bad things that happen aren't supposed to reach the media. There's censorship by the Turkish government. But once in a while, a story like this actually makes it out. Personal video from David captured the intense moments from his nightmare. Viewer discretion is advised. The Lycian Way stretches along Turkey's southern coast. Jagged hills, ancient ruins, and cliffs that drop into the Mediterranean. It looks like paradise, but it's actually the opposite. This place is secluded and many people have died here. David and his friends were persuaded by a local who dared them, lulled into thinking that the local was just testing them. This area of Turkey has no cell or GPS coverage, just wilderness that doesn't care if you make it out. Some die slowly, others don't even see it coming. On January 11th, 2015, 3 foreign students stepped into the wilderness thinking they knew what they were doing. David Mackey, 21, was from Nottinghamshire, England, studying abroad in Istanbul. His friends, Friso de Vries and Marie-Jay de Groot, were Dutch. They were all completely unaware of what they were walking into. They had no business being out there. It was supposed to be simple, a quick trip to Antalya, Turkey, just something kind of casual. So they packed light, just rain jackets, some snacks, a flashlight, and one phone between the three of them, nothing else. They didn't know that winter hikers avoid this trail for many reasons, that once you're on it, you're basically alone. It was David who said something first. Hours into their hike, he looked around and realized that they hadn't seen a single other hiker, not since they left town. That should have been a warning sign, a sign for them to turn back. Instead, they just kept going. The trail was clear at first, gravel paths and pine forest, but the weather quickly turned. The wind picked up, clouds dropped fast over the hills, and then came the rain. They followed what looked like a trail, but it wasn't. They thought it was a smart way to go because they wanted to take a shortcut, and things just felt strange to them on this trail. They couldn't pinpoint it exactly, but they knew something was just off. No people and no sun. This was an area where they entered a wide, dry riverbed. It looked easier to walk, so they followed it. That decision, that single step off the trail, was the beginning of something they couldn't undo. Still, they kept going. But the terrain narrowed. The sides of the riverbed turned into steep cliffs. There was no easy way to climb out now, and then, without warning, water started flooding in. One moment you're walking on dry ground or semi-wet ground, and the next, well, it's waist deep in fast-moving water. The three friends were cut off. They tried to turn back, but it was too late. The way behind them was already underwater. They were still hours from sunset, but the sky had gone gray, the air was cold, everything they had was soaking wet, and they were trapped in a flooded ravine in the middle of the Turkish wilderness. They hadn't told anyone their exact route. Their phones had no signal here, and the town was somewhere below them, and ironically, they could actually hear traffic and the faint call of prayer echoing up from the valley. But the gorge that they were in had walls that were too steep, too wet, and too high for them to get out of. What had started like a quick weekend hike had already turned into something else. They were stranded and completely alone. The three couldn't stop shivering, so they had to find somewhere to get some sort of warmth. They eventually found a cave in the rock. It was shallow and just large enough for all three of them to lie side by side. It was dry and shielded from the wind. That alone made things a bit better, and that's where they decided they were going to sleep for the night. Inside, they took stock of what they had. A phone with a dead battery, a flashlight, a few scraps of food left, mostly crumbs. No fire, no way to make fire, no warm layers, and no tools. Friso was the first to get sick, a dry, shallow cough that turned into chills. He said he was fine, but they didn't believe him. They could see the color leaving his face. Something was really wrong with him. They were asking him before the trip if they should even go because they knew that he was getting sick. Mary-Jay was quiet. She stared at the rocks, at the water below, and stopped responding unless spoken to directly. At this point, they'd eaten all their food, and there was nothing left, not even a crumb. They spent the entire next day in the cave, and then night came. The rain let up on the third day. The sky cleared, and the sun came out. But the water didn't go down. They waited. They kept talking, mostly about what they would eat when they got out, or what they would have done differently before this hike. They thought about their families, how they must have worried. They joked about calling this their survival story, but no one was really laughing. Every hour, David would climb out of the cave and walk a few feet down to the gorge to see if the water had dropped. It didn't. They tried moving down the ravine once, but a narrow bend in the valley forced the water into a deep, fast-moving channel. David waded in to test the depth, and felt himself nearly slip away. He fell hard, gashing his knee, and pulled himself out, shaking and breathless. After that, they decided to stay put. It was just too dangerous to try to do anything. They had to pray for rescue. On the fourth day, David declared that he was too cold, and he started trying to make a fire. He gathered bark and dead twigs and tried striking stones together. but everything was just too damp, nothing was working. He tried again and again until his fingers were raw. The cold was deep in their bones by then. They had been freezing every night, and then when the day came, there wasn't much warmth. The night was always the worst part, something that they dreaded. They slept pressed up against each other, fully clothed, covered in leaves and dirt. Their bodies curled to conserve whatever heat they still had.
This is where we have been sleeping for the last 4 days.
By the 5th day, they were eating insects. Ants, mostly. They figured it out by an accident. David watched a line of them crawling up the cave wall and decided to try one. He was so hungry. He never felt anything like this before in his life. He said it was sweet. They left the flashlight on at night and it attracted flies. They caught them in cupped hands and ate them too. It wasn't enough to give them energy, but it was something to get their stomachs from cramping with hunger pains. Something that they were having a real hard time dealing with. They drank runoff water from the rock walls. Cold, clean, but brutal in their core temperatures. They knew that, but there was no other choice. The river was muddy and fast. Somewhere in the background of all of this, behind the cold, the wet, and the hunger, was the simple fact that they might not make it out. They started thinking about this being their final resting place. But no one said it, not out loud. David kept talking about what they would do when they got back to Istanbul. Frizo said his brother was supposed to visit next month. Mary J asked David to tell her something funny, but he couldn't think of anything. He was just too miserable and desperate. At this point, it had been 5 days. The rain had returned overnight, and they were beginning to lose all hope. And David knew they were never going to get out of here unless he did something. And that's when he got an idea. By the 6th day, the cave didn't feel like shelter anymore. It felt like a tomb. The rocks were damp. They hadn't been warm since the first night, and hadn't eaten anything substantial in days. Their bodies were slowing down. They could barely even talk to each other, and they stopped trying to figure out a way. It felt like time was just stretching, that the minutes inside the cave moved differently. The light would change, and they'd look up and realize an entire day had passed. Frizo had stopped moving. His chest cold was getting worse. His joints hurt. David tried to get him to drink some water, but he wouldn't. The cold water just sent a shock through their systems every time they swallowed it. And Frizo couldn't do it anymore. It was just too cold, and their bodies were already freezing. There was no way to warm the water, and David's efforts to start the fire did nothing. There was also no direct sunlight into the cave. On the 7th morning, David heard a rock slide down the gorge. Just a few stones tumbling, maybe triggered by rain, but it sent his heart racing. For a second, he thought someone was coming. He stood up, too fast, and then blacked out. When he came to, Mary J was shaking him gently, asking if he was okay. He hit his head really hard on the rock. He wasn't sure what was going on, but said he was fine, even though he wasn't. Later that day, he noticed the condensation on the cave walls. He just started licking it, just for something to do, something other than just waiting. The others were silent. They thought David was going crazy. Frizo's cough at this point was extremely bad and aggressive. David started to have small hallucinations. He thought people were crawling into the cave and then running away from them. He asked Mary J if she heard a car engine once. She hadn't. She just looked at him and couldn't say anything. At this point, Frizo asked what day it was. He wasn't sure if they were alive or dead. David thought for a while. Then he realized he had no clue. They had no way of marking time. They knew that they had gone in on a Sunday, but it was past that now. Maybe Thursday, maybe Friday. Each day blended into the next, and the cave didn't care what day it was. That night, while David was hallucinating, he started to think about cold batteries. He remembered reading in a story about survival that once the battery performance drops in low temperatures, a dead battery might not actually be truly dead if warmed back up. He didn't have a charger, no power bank, but he did have his hands. The phone had been off since the 2nd day, completely dead. He took it out of his soaked bag and just held it between his palms, and then pressed it against his chest. He rubbed it slowly, just to try to bring it up to temperature. It seemed pointless, but it gave him something to do. He held the phone for nearly an hour, then pressed the power button. Nothing. He shook his head at the phone. Mary J asked him what he was doing and told him to stop. Later, after lying awake for what felt like an entire night, he reached for it again. He held it tighter this time, digging it deep into his armpit, anything to get it warm. He clicked the button again. A screen lit up. 1%, then 2%, then 3%. He didn't know if he was hallucinating again or not. He called the emergency number. A signal bar flashed for a second. Just one. And then a call connected. A Turkish dispatcher answered. David kept his voice calm. He explained the situation, gave them what little location data he could because he didn't know the name of the trailhead. He really had no idea how to formulate thoughts in his head, and he knew that he wasn't making any sense. He didn't know the coordinates. He just said they were stuck in a ravine and they needed help desperately. And that was the last thing he said before the call dropped. The battery died, gone for good. He wasn't sure if that was a hallucination or if that actually happened. They were still convinced that help would never come and that that was just not real. But for the first time in nearly a week, they had done something, real or not, that could potentially change their outcome. And now, all they could do was wait. When the phone died, David didn't tell the others right away. They thought he was insane anyway. When Friezo and Mary J were sleeping, or pretending to be, they were on opposite sides of the cave. David started hallucinating about the call again. He wasn't sure if it was real because he never received a confirmation message back. No real sign that any of that had ever happened. Nothing came. Not that day. Not that night. This was a moment where they had some clarity, but then they went back to their delusional state. The next morning, David thought he heard something. At first, it was a soft thump, muffled by the valley walls. Then a slow, rising hum, like a motor climbing through the air. He scrambled to look outside the cave. It was a helicopter. He wasn't sure if it was real, but it was something. It wasn't flying directly overhead, but more off to the side, following the curve of the ridge. But it was the first real sign that someone was looking for them. He picked up a branch and waved it around in the air like a signal flare. The others emerged from the cave and joined him, screaming into the sky, pointing towards the clearing. The helicopter didn't stop. They kept flying, past the ravine, over the next ridge, and disappeared into the trees. Friezo sank back down. Mary J covered her face. David stood frozen, his arms still raised, the branch still in his hand, staring at the spot where the helicopter had vanished. It had been so close. It meant the call had worked. But it also meant rescue wasn't coming yet. They took turns, climbing partway up the ridge and stopping where it became too steep or too wet to continue. It was the first time they had acted with purpose since the second day. The second night after the helicopter was the worst since the beginning. Not because of the cold, not because of the hunger, but because they knew someone was so close. Help was real, and still, they were all alone. No one slept that night. They all took turns standing at the cave mouth, flashlight in hand, scanning the tree line for movement. Anything. But the ravine stayed quiet. The rain had stopped. The wind had picked up again. The water had dropped slightly, but it was still moving too fast for them to cross safely. At the dawn of the 8th day, Mary J heard voices. At first, she thought it was another hallucination. She hadn't eaten for nearly a week, and her thoughts made no sense. But Friezo heard it too. Somewhere below them, foreign voices were yelling at them in Turkish. The three of them